hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted.
Jen's out there going like,
Position making. I like that.
like, come on, man.
Leaf isn't joking about watching all of them. If
That's
you
true.
talk to like his former coaches and teammates, that guy spends more time like watching VODs of other teams and playing old school RuneScape than actually playing Valorant. Like, he is not a ranked demon.
And honestly, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Just like, but he learns from it, and he's still a beast in the server somehow, regardless.
Yeah, it goes to show you, right? It's about the work you put in, not about just like how much, you know, like it's about the quality rather, not
He's
the
efficient.
quantity.
It's about the
He's
knowledge,
efficient.
not
Yeah.
just the
Yeah.
mechanics.
There you go. There he is. Mimi's so much smarter than me. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead and get into our playoffs opener, which is a good old-fashioned rematch. Back at Masters Shanghai, you had PHYPERX picking G2 as their opponent, and they lost. But now G2 flips the script, and they pick them out of the gate here in Kukuka. That certainly was something that, you know, not all that shocking. Maybe want to get a little bit of that revenge and also maybe avoid Gen G.
Yeah, I also love the fact that we are seeing a PHYPERX that is looking so convincing. We're seeing this kind of plays also now played in the global stage. And what I really like about this head-to-head and the fact that they're going up against each other is that many times and through the history of Valorant, when we see these rematches, we speak about, oh no, but the team is so different now and this person was here and they've changed so much. But when you look at this rosters, there's been very, very few changes.
one
a
change
couple
per
of
team.
it, exactly. One change per team, and the essence, the story, the thing that makes each of these teams iconic is still there, Mimi.
And this is the third time this match has happened now globally. And it's been an influx point for these teams at each time. The first time they played was Masters Reykjavik, PHYPERX against who was then the Guard, and they got smoked. They exited that tournament early and then went in, got picked by PHYPERX, got their revenge in Shanghai to go on to their first deep global run. But now it's almost like reversed roles, because PHYPERX is the team
Exactly.
with lower expectations, who's on their own miracle run, coming into this third match to break the tie.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that G2, they're having an excellent 2025, right? They have managed to pick themselves back-to-back trophies. They've lost only one match since Masters Bangkok Grand Final. And I do think, Kukuka, it's worth saying, like, yes, I like the parallel. I actually think the parallel is very, very accurate here. But there is that slight difference in that G2's coming into this one
Expectations.
very, very strong, I think. Like, PHYPERX was strong that run, too, but this G2 looks like on another level.
Oh, and I think that everybody is down to tag along for a PHYPERX run. It doesn't matter if it's in the upper or in the lower, but as you're saying, for G2, so many people have them as favorites of this event. And is this long time coming of, do not forget, this were the runner-ups for the previous event. They're having a crazy good year. Now their next frontier is, can you be just as good as you were before all the Tejo?
And not just making it to top two in that last Masters tournament in Bangkok, but winning back-to-back, but now also having that added expectation of having the only Canadian player
Yes.
in the tournament now, with that weight on them as well. If you look at their map pool, I think the changes of Fracture leaving is really advantageous to G2. They were banning that map constantly. They were never very good at it. Now they don't have to worry about it anymore. And they get to bring in the Sunset as well, which they had quite a bit of time to prep for because they're a #1 seed and because America's finished like a month before this tournament started.
And not only that, when you are the first seed and you get to jump across the Swiss stage without blame, you also get to see what the other teams are playing. We're speaking about a PHYPERX that has played 6 out of the 7 maps available already in the matches that they have played. So there's a lot of tape to prepare against them.
Yeah, a lot of VOD to work with there if you're G2. But of course, so getting more, focusing on some players here. You got Trent, who really did dominate Bangkok Stage 1 on that Teho, and of course, had that 100% pick rate on the agent in the stage. But Mimi, we have not seen a lick of Teho all throughout this event.
I would argue that Trent has been the best player of 2025. If they won that map 5 in Bangkok, I think he deserved to win MVP at that tournament.
Yeah,
he
I think
was
we were having that conversation,
best player
right?
in Stage 1. Yeah, we were. He was the best player in Stage 1 in Americas. He was incredible in kickoff as well. But the big question is Teo. That's going to be gone.
Was it Teho or was it him? You know?
I think it was
it's
him, because he was incredible when he was a Sova player back in the day as well. But for me, Bea, I think G2 was the best team in terms of meta read of the Teo meta. Now, it's a question of whether, into whatever this new meta is going to be, if they can be on top again.
Yeah, but we're speaking about a team that has proven so much. Like, the synergy that they have between them has been over the charts. Do we think that the Tejo is going to be a make or break for them? I also think how that is going to affect the way the Joggermo's been playing, because we've seen a lot of Euro from them. In fact, it's everything that we've seen besides the Waylay as well, since Bind was out of the map pool. So I want to see if maybe changing things around, that means a little bit less Euro, getting a little bit more experimental.
From the early stages of this tournament, it seems like we're going into kind of a controlled double smokes type of meta. And I think that fits G2 really well. They already play a lot of double smoke scumps, even with the Teo meta. Trent is a world-class Fade and Sova player.
Absolutely.
I think for most of their comps, they can literally just swap him over to one of those roles. And then the biggest question for me is what you're saying, is Jaw still a like 100% Yoru player? Or do we get to see him back on the Raze, back on the Neon, especially that Neon, which has looked so good for teams like Gen G?
Exactly. If we think about texture and the effect that he's been having, I think that Jaw can take a couple of pages from that book, because we've been very, very impressed, and will definitely give them an edge.
Yeah, oh, most definitely. I mean, this G2 team has so many avenues where they can get that edge. One of those individuals, we were talking about him earlier, is the guy on your screen right there. It's Leaf, man. This guy is confidence through and through. And when he's on your team, 9 times out of 10, he's hitting, he's shooting, he's absolutely cracked out. Mimi, this guy is really unbelievable. A true student of the game, and such a team player for this G2 lineup.
G2's path to winning Stage 1 in Americas was a lot harder in kickoff. They had a lot of map 3s, they dropped this series. It was a tough run. And Valen talked in some of those games, in that loss that they suffered, that he didn't feel like he was stepping up in the way he fully needed to as a leader. And I think that's where Leaf comes in and is so crucial. Because not only is he a beast as an individual, but he is such a vocal player who is adding ideas, who is keeping the team in it, and is doing so much to help Valen and the team behind the scenes to play at the level that they hit consistently.
And if we go back to the matchup that we're having today, we're speaking about PHYPERX, a team that's very explosive, W Gaming, yes, being very aggressive. You need a very good strongholder, and Leaf can be that man and will be that man for G2. So he's not only everything that we're mentioning, we know that today he's definitely going to show up.
Yeah, he's the anchor, and has been proven time and time again to be clutch for this squad. No better player to be that last man standing than Leaf. Now, of course, let's go ahead and check in on Trent and Forsaken. I actually had a chance to catch up with Yinsu ahead of today's playoff opener.
Now, this is a highly anticipated rematch. I'm now joined by Trent from G2 and Forsaken from PHYPERX. You were picked as Shanghai by them, and now you pick them as an opponent as first seed. So I wanted to ask both of you, what makes the other team a worthy opponent today? I'll start with you, Forsaken.
I mean, G2 is like really great team. They're like winner in NA, and they almost even get like a trophy in Bangkok. So yeah, they're really like good against us.
Very strong team. Now, what about you, Trent?
We like playing PHYPERX just because they're W Gaming and they're like the best aimers over there, so we always like to play them.
It's going to be a great match. Now, I've also really enjoyed your shenanigans on social media, you know, your couple poses. So I thought I'll give you an opportunity to give everyone another one. You guys can replicate this at home. Take it away.
You just gotta watch out. Forsaken can get low, all right? He can get low, go for the gut. That's what I'm saying, okay?
I love the energy he's bringing in that interview because he was bringing it in the Swiss stage too. I think this tournament we've seen a more vocal, more energetic Forsaken that is doing so much to bring up the energy, to help make their rookie feel comfortable on the stage and bring them through some really tough games.
And they've been having fun too. Actually, I was backstage just a little while ago, and they found like a little softball. They were tossing it around outside in the backstage area, toss the ones with them. Like they're chilling. They're really much trying to like, you can tell it's like just kind of cool the nerves down, do things that kind of take your mind off of it, which is very healthy.
Absolutely. Mimi, you're mentioning the people that are here for the first time. If you think about the team that is coming from that Swiss stage, that has already warmed up to the stage, that is feeling confident, that is feeling comfortable, that is good enough to just be playing around and just feeling very, very relaxed on this match days, that is definitely going to make a difference coming into today.
Yeah, no, of course, we've been hearing so much about PHYPERX's playoffs run. You know, they've been moving forward track by track, but the train almost just completely got off the station. I was watching this at home with my wife, and I got up and I was like, oh, I'm gonna just go make myself a sandwich. I come back and then this game is still going.
I mean, they were great on their run in Pacific, but they are definitely taking after Via Rail since showing up in Canada, and the train has been a bit worse off. They nearly lost an 11-1 game. It was so clear that they were taking their foot off the pedal, they were making silly mistakes, and it nearly cost them, Bea.
Just a bumpy ride, you know. As an EMEA fan and follower, we were watching there, and Team Liquid got so absolutely close to turning that around. First, bringing Split to that overtime that, you know, thankfully enough for PHYPERX, they managed to close out in the overtime. But we speak the same about the Lotus. As you're saying, an 11-1 half, that it is kind of like this topic for PHYPERX. If they start good on a map, they can snowball so easily. In fact, in those encounters, and we were speaking about how when in Shanghai against G2, it was also a very strong start for them. But then they lost all that power, and that is definitely going to be one of the demons that PHYPERX has to fight against today.
I think they really have to dial it in, though. If they're taking the amount of solo plays, the amount of risks that they were in that series against TL, that is going to get punished today by G2. They are so good at shutting down these kind of aggressive teams, as got showed a year ago in Shanghai.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about that interview that Jing had at the end with Jen, and he was like, no, we just wanted to make it interesting for the fans. We know that we were 11-1 up and whatever. But I think that especially when I think of Jing and everything that we've been discussing about G2, I think about the plays that he was making and how G2 is going to be reading onto that. Then him on the rifle rounds, just buying the judge, satcheling in, generating that space for the rest. I feel like G2 is going to be one of the teams that has a read onto that and a consequence for them.
Yeah, but you have a couple reads here, but let's call a spade a spade. This team has a ton of firepower, regardless of how good the game plan is. And, well, we'll talk about something when we talk about firepower, because this guy, look, maybe not having, you know, as much success on other agents as he did with the Yoru, but it is very clear here, Mimi, that, you know, you are going to be looking for something to really be one of the, I always like to say, tip of the spear, right, for this squad.
Sure. Something is a player with really high highs, especially when he's playing on the duelists, but he's also had some lows, especially this tournament. I still feel like when I watch him play Initiator, if he's locking in that Gecko, it is clear that he is a duelist player playing Initiator, not someone who is like super comfortable on that role. He's not using Util in the same way other players would, and oftentimes he's making up for that with the fragging. But in this tournament, in that Liquid game, he was getting shut down. He had the most first deaths in the lobby by far in that game, and in some rounds, I think he was a liability.
You gotta love him when he goes on any other agent and just picks the operator. I feel like it's something he can only do.
I'm the one who doesn't love it, Bea. You stop hopping on Gecko. Use your utility.
You don't?
Or like pick Jet, pick Chamber, pick Door.
No, because you have to have the versatility. If I need the utility, it will be there. But I know that my main strength is going to be locking down with the operator. So I'm going to use that first. And, well, if I die, it's a different, you know,
it's a different story.
But if they were to push on me and I survive somehow, I still have a lot of utility to use, you know, so.
Hey, I think
like it.
the logic is sound, as you like to say. All right, well, folks, look, Patman's coming in here with his first global event, and he's actually been thriving on this stage here. He's been, you know, slotting into the Fade, slotting into the Viper for this squad, really handling those roles that are necessary for this team. And not only that, he's also playing very well, Bayo.
Yeah, and thinking about PHYPERX and how we know that they like to be very aggressive, very on your face, it requires a level of synergy that not many teams have, that many teams would love to have, a lot of high level fundamentals as well. So fitting into such a team and doing it so flawlessly, as you're saying, GP, he's supported the rest of the team, plus his individual performance. I can say also that for, I think most of the players, like for example, Davai has been an amazing supportive player as well, but Patman has been very, very impressive.
It was obviously controversial for longtime PHYPERX fans when the band kind of got broken up at the beginning of this year after that really, really bad kickoff from PRX. But Patman, by all accounts, I think has been a great addition into this team. He brings an element of stability. He's a very solid initiator player. He's a very solid Viper player. He's never going to be the one overheating, making those mistakes. And honestly, I think that's exactly the kind of player that PHYPERX needs, right? They have a lot of aggression.
Yeah.
They have a lot of insane shooters. And the aggression, it works a lot. But you also need a really stable guy like Patman to show up for this team and keep things calm.
A little organized chaos,
Yeah,
right? We like a little organized chaos.
Easy organized
That's
in the
it.
chaos.
Exactly, exactly. All right, well, earlier on, we asked you for our MasterCard fan poll. Who do you think's walking away with the first dub here in playoffs? And the results are in, and you all said PHYPERX. Whoa. Did not, the crowd, everyone went, ooh, yeah, did not expect that one, Mimi.
Nor did I.
Nor did you.
Are you going to mention, no, because of time zone people are awake, no, Mimi?
No.
That's
This
like
ain't,
so false here.
this ain't a time zone thing. They all
Yeah.
just voted.
I think that is also result-based because we still have not seen G2. We have to see how they do without the Deco, and PHYPERX was very impressive, even though they almost nearly lost. I think it's very easy to be a paper girl, paper boy.
It is. I do think the biggest strength for G2 coming in it is that they have had a ton of time to prep, that they have a really incredible coaching staff to come into a new meta, that they've been great at double control before, but there's still always questions, right? When you have to change up everything, when you still haven't been seen, versus a team that, well, it was a rocky road, has been on an absolutely ridiculous run throughout the Stage 1 Pacific playoffs, and now here at Toronto as well.
Yeah, it's, okay, that was a fascinating poll there. All right, we don't let everyone know, though. Quick reminder, make sure you get those pick'ems powered by AWS out there right away, because you got a gun, you got two buddies, excuse me, player titles,
Oh, it's
bragging
maple syrup.
rights.
That's so cute.
All of that is on the line. Make sure you go out there and do it. Boom, easy peasy, all right? Don't miss out. Free stuff, we like free stuff. And let's go ahead and see what our talent predicted for this matchup. Well, okay, so for both matchups, we ended up getting a lot of Sentinels fans, but Kakuka, you holding the fort for XLG, so you quiet too?
Listen, I am scared because, as you've seen, Achilles is 10-0. He must be Nostradamus.
Yo, he's got to stop, man.
I think that today he's going to be stopped, but as you were saying, XLG, I am so sold after what we've seen for the Chinese team. On that train. I'm just leaving everything behind, not even carrying a backpack with me. They've convinced me. I am the easiest person to convince on earth, but that's
I'm struggling to be sold by a first-time all-rookie roster with a sub as well, but they were great in
best
China.
storyline, Mimi. Best.
It would be
I'm
amazing.
just mad that Achilles is in first with that smile on his
I
picture.
can't believe he's 10-0 after that third stage.
Unreal. The man's a wizard, clearly. All right, folks. Well, we're done the yapping. We've talked about what we're going to be seeing here today. But let's go ahead and get this playoff started, shall we? It's G2 versus PHYPERX. You got XLG versus Sentinels. Day 6 of Masters Toronto is going to be starting right now.
Dominating.
Lights up.
One less. Take a nap.
अरे यार
Scratch one. Ten kills remaining. Target down. Kill confirmed. Five kills remaining. Dominating. Problem solved. One kill remaining. Good riddance.
That has tweeted most of the teams is going to be fit and also on the side of G2. As I said, 6 out of the 7 maps already shown by PHYPERX in this competition. So I'm very excited to see how that starts off.
Yeah, both of these first 2 maps for PHYPERX are going to be their Yoru Raze double duelist compositions. I expect G2 to want to play a really different style here. In the past, Valorant teams have been excellent in that control meta, playing very slow around the double smokes. For me, I fully expect them to go that way. The question is just, what is Jaw playing? Does he go back to the Raze or the Neon as he played in the past? Or do they still want to play the Yoru? Because, well, you know, Teo is pretty much gone. Yoru is still probably one of, if not the most busted agent in the game.
You cannot be scared when you play against PHYPERX. You need to face off against that aggression. And I think that having the Euro and having Jogamo, he knows exactly how to do it. We were seeing it in the video. He stole that trophy for them. And I think that today he might know exactly how to play against them. And also, do not let them get into your head. We also saw PHYPERX taking a little bit more time in that huddle, just having a last final words, because they know how important it is. If G2 are to live to expectations, this is not going to be easy for PHYPERX.
The only thing that should have been said at the end of that huddle, don't let go of the gas. Don't let go of the gas. That's my assessment.
That Team Liquid game in the Swiss stage to qualify here for PHYPERX, honestly, they should have won all 3 maps. They should have won split, and they should have stomped on map 3. It had to go to OT because they let off the gas, they started making mistakes. They have to show a much more focused showing here if they're to beat a team like G2.
We really hope that they learn from their mistakes, because Mimi, you're saying they should have won. I ended up thinking they could have lost. They could have lost all of those maps just because they get into their own heads. They know that they can win, and when you get so close to it, you still have to push for the win. You have to be convincing. But if that was the PHYPERX that we had to see in Swiss, if it was going to happen, it had to happen in the past. And now when it comes to playoffs, when you're going up against the best of each region, you have to be prepared.
Here we go. All right, so your answers have been given here. It seems like might be getting jog on
That's
that
the
race
hover,
here,
right?
but we are going to be getting nothing really that different
Yeah,
from
just
what
the
we've seen
hovers
from
for
PHYPERX.
now from G2.
Oh,
Remember, it's live now.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, look at that.
Yeah,
I'm old, everyone. I'm old.
Up just yet. I think you could just switch Trent 1-for-1 onto the Fade, and this comp works perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Jogimo going on the race, that would be a change, right? We're speaking of him just playing the Euro constantly. If we are to see that change, that would be interesting. Still, the hovers, they just want to keep us waiting.
Yeah, potentially. But of course, to what you were saying before about Jogamo on the race, I mean, sorry, Jogamo on the Euro, he's also played the race plenty of times
For sure.
as well,
Yeah,
too. So he's got that.
And it's been his best stage
Yeah,
in his
I mean-
Yeah, absolutely. But we haven't seen the race since Bind was in the map wholesale. So
Yeah, good call. Good
I've
call.
missed it, quite honestly. Leaf is going to lock the fight, but there's no surprises. This guy is one of the best lurk players on that.
Oh, he goes on the
so
Euro.
intelligent and yeah.
And it is
unfortunately, It's going to
Fade.
be the same thing. There's the Fade pivot. Okay, this is pretty much what we thought, right? You're still going to get the double flashes with both the Breach and the Yoru. You have tons of line control with that stun and the Omen Paranoia as well. This is just a straight up good comp, and it's honestly a really easy pivot away from the tail meta.
yeah, we're seeing here an 80% map win. That one loss that they had was an overtime against 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a 14-12. You know, that another map that they could have won perfectly. So G2 should be extremely comfortable, and their opponents not.
All right, folks, we're set for the first map of playoffs. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Make some noise for Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Test. Here we are. Playoffs is finally upon us. And off the rip, a rematch from Shanghai. G2 going up against PHYPERX. This time, G2 having the selection.
Yeah, I mean, pretty wild to think that we're going to see a very similar opening to Masters that we saw back in Shanghai last year. They also played each other in Champions, where G2 took them down 2-0 in the group stage. So a lot here to prove for PHYPERX. They're a team that looked like they might be cruising into these playoffs in that matchup against Team Liquid and nearly stumbled at the very, very last moment, but got it together, got themselves here. These are two teams with multiple regional titles. Only one player on that stage has any global title at all, and that's Jogamo. So for everybody else, the path to getting that Masters trophy starts right now.
The theme for the event is redemption, is reflection. Divine looking back on that moment, losing the trophy to Jogamo, wants to get some revenge here
Red
today.
Lotus
Toronto,
Icebox.
are you ready to kick off the playoffs?
PHYPERX starts on the defender's side for the entirety of this matchup. And they're grouping up towards mid. This is something G2 likes to do a lot on their pistols, is put mid pressure down. Doesn't matter what map it is.
Push out, Trent lucky to escape with his life. Be a tiny little tick of damage taken there.
Time to jump.
In the meantime, A site. Doors open. G2 making themselves feel comfortable.
Yeah, gave away so much information there with just Trent's little peek. But now, PHYPERX, I like this, trying to come from the top of heaven and flood in.
Only place to come through here for PHYPERX. HL's not going to be able to find too much damage. Just going to barrel their way down through elbow. Something in behind one is leaving them to get out. But Malcolm Jogamo responding in kind. Patman feeling one back to high, flushed out. Now it's all down to Patman. Top of the spike, the swing, and Trent is good for the headshot. G2 claim the opening pistol.
Yeah, I mean, just everybody trying to flood through that elbow, but that toxic screen has a great placement there to kind of keep the positions hidden just a little bit extra longer for G2. He can really line up and do some damage there. Some great work around the corner. Jogamo holding the line behind the screen. And then they've got two players still over at main to lock that down. And that's going to be something PHYPERX struggled with a bit. You know, just thinking back to their match against Liquid here today. The retakes were a little bit off sometimes. You know, a team that likes to flood, a team that likes to go in that death ball, and good teams will cut that apart.
All right, now G2's avoiding it. Seeing pretty much everybody aside from Divide. situated outside of A.
This has been a lot of the eco rounds for PHANTEKS on this map. Want to just grab the orb for sure.
Even if they do get the overwhelm and push forward to find the leaf, would just be a ghost recovered. Would be the most impactful of weaponry, which has now been taken away from them as the Sheriff's going to be left on the floor. As Divide does get picked off.
That's a nice find. Let's see what PHANTEKS wants to do. They're going to really make a go for this. Sometimes they will, but most teams will just die to the spike here, or at least try to. The real danger player is Leaf. Let's see if PHANTEKS is going to be ready for that. A tremendous lurker. Never know when he's going to show up. A little bit of delay with the util.
Yeah, just further cycling them back. Leaf, we'll see if he's going to be able to find another. Let's see if he's going to catch the timing. So Forsaken does get taken down. He himself can go ahead and upgrade this Sheriff now. Trying to play for a couple more ult charges as he swoops around the back here of Alley. Peek coming in. Patman does manage to find it. Brings up that kill. Pushes to the corner, finds Jinx stunned up. Patman gets another nice shot. 4 overall clean kills here for the fate of PHANTEKS, but G2 otherwise will give themselves a fairly clean anti-eco as they start 2-0.
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff for G2 so far. Just finding the openings, and if they see any space on the map, they're going to immediately take it. They're a hungry team.
Omen killed.
Patman doing his best there on the back line. Overall, G2 able to keep a couple of those Guardians and Bulldogs in, a little bit of a buy-up as well, but see what Valen wants to do, if he's going to go for anything. Stinger, I was going to say, I should know better.
Leave the Dream Seer to me.
Least shocking purchase. As Trent sending out the Haunt here to see if he gets any kind of reveal. Is escort forward over towards ramp. Not taking any chance of just getting caught by some stray sprays. Not even just TPing back across and through main. Sounds like after this minor exploration, G2 going to look to change it up a bit.
Yeah, already a little bit too much contact for their liking. And that's a team that this is a team that is very diligent about those kind of things. They are so smart about identifying who is where and understanding, what kind of opponent, setup they're going to be dealing with, and then looking to find the weaker side. And they seemingly have done so again, but PHANTEKS starting to get a little bit wise to this.
Well, eating the bullet there. Forsaken otherwise not able to find too much damage. Does get a glimpse, but able to bounce out. Garage and Leaf, okay, does end up getting taken down. Joggle finding the spot here. Monster who's going to be overwhelmed. Talon arrives from above. Forsaken with one more kill. Now traded out, but Patman still putting up the heroics, looking to do some more. Stem the bleeding as much as really possible. After shock, right of the rope. Push over the top. Valen does end up falling to the wayside. A dink across, but overwhelmed here is Jonah P. PHANTEKS will get themselves a win here in the anti-bonus, but they lose out on 3 players.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of lack of mid-control this time cost PHANTEKS. Not able to figure out how big the push is going to be from G2. I mean, Forsaken, okay, able to win that battle. Gets a second, but Divide gets trapped in a really awkward position where he just doesn't have any outs. They've got the crossfire from up on the rafters and through the box. And then the rest of the team is able to show up just in time. Forsaken going to be on his feet a lot if PHANTEKS is doing well. He's been their hype man this event for sure.
Absolutely.
What is it?
Looking to get him a bit entrenched here in Garage. One way now on the setup.
That should give it away.
Oh, he's going to push up into this, get up on top of the box, and Valen, I'm not sure if he's going to read this. Jonah P is Forsaken! Hits the transfer on the 2. Jogamo there eats a bit of damage, but he's able to go ahead and spare them any further catastrophe.
When Forsaken's done that before, it's been a hold around the corner or in the cubby that Jogamo's looking at. This is the first time we've seen him use that smoke to jump.
अरे यार
I think they'll just be aware that it can happen.
But like, no way he does it again, right? Like, no way, actually.
No, zero chance.
Zero chance he does it again, right?
But he should do it again.
That would be insane to do it again, dude.
Full stingers in
That
the
looks
hands
so
of
silly.
G2.
It's just as fearsome as when they have rifles almost.
Something with the outlaw.
Half buy for G2.
Forced off the angle, forced back over in towards the spawn. And Valen is just
Oh shit.
forward, taking so much space here. He's already into heaven. And He's gonna catch them off guard. Runs out of bullets.
Oh my god, he could have got that.
Still gets some damage in, and Patman cannot find more in ramp. This is exactly what I was just
Wait,
talking
Patman
about.
dying
G2
too?
immediately in with a 2-player advantage.
Incredible on Ecos.
Electro drift going forward. Forsaken nearly caught on time as the Prowler
He's getting
caught on the
peppered
wall.
down.
Lose Leaf's position. Straw goes for the exit.
Wow.
Spray and pray and Forsaken.
Wow, they actually
left
got
to his own
fucking owned.
devices.
Yeah.
1v4 at 46 HP. G2 upping the pace. It's the spray and pray and Forsaken left to his own devices. 1v4 at 46 HP. G2 upping the pace, disrespecting the setups. Take it away. This round win. Back in the lead.
And this is one of the hallmarks of championship caliber teams, is that they can win ecos at a pretty high clip. And that's going to be something G2 does very early in this match. Round 5. Double headshots there for Trent. Absolutely nasty stuff. Like you said, Valen way ahead where PHYPERX could expect him to be. That's been something that's been hurting PHYPERX in this event, is they're not quite always aware of negative space, not always quite aware of the possible positions of their opponents. I mean, how many times have we seen them get killed with knives out in their hands? Definitely something they need to shore up. This is a G2 team that is going to try to make you guess where they're going to be coming from. It's going to be a lot on this guy right here, Leaf. He is fearsome, but there's a 3-man stack here for PHYPERX.
Really want to try to get him out of here. Tucks back, drops down. Paranoia going to be sent, but only eats a tiny tick of damage there to the back of the leg. The trap play doesn't come to fruition. Patman now going to be slowly creeping his way through the spawn to try to set up a flank here, but this B site very much open for the taking for G2. Push on the corner though, Forsaken. Reading the plant spot. Finds a headshot on the Trent, delays a little bit further.
Gives you the man advantage too.
Spike planted.
1-1, drop, checked, but there's the timing. Jogamo swinging. When it's the worst possible moment there for something. Patman needs his flank to be big, but it is being watched, and it's just gonna be taken down off the rip. Player advantage now here for the side of G2. The push into the smoke for Forsaken, able to find one. Jogamo does get eliminated. TP forward, the swing out from Divine. Arriving on the Raptors and finding Jonah P. Finding them all. Divine gets the 3K. PHYPERX gets the defuse, and we stay tied up at 3-3.
Forsaken's creativity on the Omen is something else right now. The way he uses this smoke to set himself up to initially delay the plant, give themselves that man advantage, and then he's gonna TP forward after finding a kill in the smoke, trying to come out of alley, and that sets up Divide for the nice bait and switch. And then Divide from the Raptors drops the elbow down on top of G2. Got some ults to work with though now. You've got a Nightfall, you've got a Pit there for G2. You're one away from a Rolling Thunder. Close to some big ones. Jing one away from a Showstopper, something one away from a Dimensional Drift. So a lot to work with here for both squads in terms of the ult economy.
Might just be looking to up the pace here once again. Some pressure here on the lead.
Face your fear!
And is able to go ahead and stay back. Nightfall avoided by something. We'll be hearing the lines here of these players as the Prowler scouts his position. Everyone knows that the Aura Skate crash in the back of sight. Divide is going to be taken down as Valen. With that stinger, just comes away with it. Attempted a pre-fire, but bullets whizzing past the enemy Omen. Valen stays alive. Answering Nightfall, now going to be sent. Point blank on the rocket, doesn't find value. Jogamo quickly trades it out. Player advantage maintained, but now expounded upon here for PHYPERX. A 2v2 is back, swings the corner for Forsaken. Comes around the
Nice one, PRX. Nice one.
PHYPERX, once again, scraping by with a retake as things get chaotic and regaining the lead by 1.
Well, their mechanics are looking really strong right now for PHYPERX. They're flooding together. It didn't work early, but now it's starting to really come together for them. A few kind of off-kilter moments early, and it maybe looks like G2 is going to be able to hold it down. Forsaken, Patman coming together nicely there. Nice swing early from something. Gets doubled up on, but that's okay. That opened up the space for the rest of his team to start controlling the front of the site. Really nicely done. G2, now they want to take a timeout to think about this. I mean,
hasn't been so much. A lot of that to do with, as you were talking about, the creativity coming through from PHYPERX. Found themselves 4-3. That's without Jing being able to find a huge amount of impact. Killers for the moment has been involved in these eliminations with the 4 assists that he has, but that rocket seeming like maybe the best chance for him to get on board in that round.
Oh, for sure. It just was a, you know, kind of an awkward situation there. You know, G2's trying to play ahead of the rocket, but I think you can give Jing a bit of a pass as long as he kind of steps it up a little bit, because he's been their best player so far in this event. So for sure, not the end of the world. But the bigger thing here for PHYPERX is they came out ahead in that ult economy, and now they can use this Viper's Pit to completely make mid unassailable and stack up over on one side.
Patman just through the wall, able to find Jogamo. Realistically from G2, how do you try to pivot from here? What does the play look like when you don't have that Yoru to try to cause disruption and chaos on the entry? Valen's shown that he's more than willing to go double TPing forward, but without those added layers, those flashes in behind, can be a lot more difficult. It seems like they're going to land on trying to push up into this smoke and overwhelm.
You remember the corner he was tucked in last time.
Able to avoid it, push forward, spots out one. Trent does quickly trade it back, drops the pit here in mid.
That's bought a ton of open space on the map. Just going to be Forsaken, potentially over on the A side. Patman may be thinking about sliding back over into a 2-2 here for PHYPERX. Haunt to check, doesn't get any contact. G2 still a bit away.
Cycles the smoke out here. Onto the main entry.
30 seconds left.
Trent at the ready, util in hand, trying to send Paranoia's gonna go flying. A little bit of damage gonna be dealt here by Forsaken. Sends out the Paranoia, connects on the leap, comes up with the kill. He is gonna be stuck in position. Valen will be able to hound him down, but now he is all alone with 5 HP in a dream. Tuck around the corner. The nade going to be sent. Sign seal delivered. Jing will go ahead and get himself on the board. As PHYPERX this time able to avoid the sting around.
Yeah, they read this round really, really nicely. I like using the Viper's Pit right away. That's a part of the map that has given them problems on some of the rounds they've seeded. Here, Patman. Nice. Oh my God. This makes a good read. G2 doing a little bit of homework though. The last time that PHYPERX was on this defender side against Team Liquid, that's the corner that Devi was tucked up in when he sent that pit. So they knew where he was going to be at, use that fault line, able to at least trade it out. But everything looking solid. Operator.
Now in play.
Poison's off.
That's where the rounds start to get scary for G2. Something can line value.
Oh, some line swing out here from Devi. Jogamo tagged up. Something on the opposite side. Able to go ahead and flush out that enemy Viper. Removes the lurk. Brings it into a 4v4.
As soon as he kills Leaf, something's over to the other side of the map. Reads this beautifully.
Scratch out to safety, but can he get on the line in time? That smoke should buy a bit of space, and oh boy, Forsaken. He's got the judge, but they're able to
Yoru clone, yaar.
leading the way. Jogamo instantaneous with a headshot. Gets rid of the operator. Gets rid of Jing.
Jing's not working today. Abhi tak.
Absolutely frying. Patman swinging around the back. Jonah P perfectly ready for it, but like he had to read, but able to have the shots. Up now, scooped up here for Jogamo.
Fake teleport.
As Patman will reroute up in towards B Heaven. Trent gonna be the first line that he has to try to cross. Stuck on the angle. There, with the lineup. G2 answering one back, breaking the win streak from PHYPERX, keeping things close.
Yeah, this time PHYPERX tries to go for some early aggression to deny the plant. The judge up front gets denied by the clone. This is a jog round. His Yoru on the biggest of stages is one of the best. He is so tricky to deal with, so smart with the way he uses his util. Frustration there from something. Feels like he probably should have had that. It was a good read on PHYPERX's part in some ways, but they just weren't quite coordinated enough that time. Now we got a big 5-man stack for G2. Over on the A side, Jogamo gonna go on a dimensional drift.
Second one of the half.
Jing's in trouble.
Leading forward, and he's gonna be able to spot quite a many few players here. Said Jing in a rough position, is pushed out of this one, and Jogamo somehow comes away with the kill. Something taken down. Jing just should have been dead to rights. Pit now invested here on the site. It's Divine Forsaken swooping around from A main versus 4. And how have we gotten here? The spray just a hair off from being able to find Jonah P.
बहुतै पाइन्थ्यो अलि हमरा
Couple tags, but kill not found. Trent lingering forward. Forsaken trying to get creative with it up and over the top of the screen, but eventually does get found. Jogamo's got the shorty at the ready. Looks like Devi's gonna want to try to exit, but he will not be allowed to. G2 take everything from them, and they tie us up at 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, again, such great stuff there. Off the dimensional drift, getting so much information.
And then getting the kill on the exit.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant stuff. I mean, Jog there with the shorty too. He's doing everything in this round for G2. You give Valo that much information, and he is going to rip you apart. You have the pit for the post plant. Tremendous.
Yo,
oh boy.
Still having some fun.
Certainly are.
Where are you?
In a spot where this could end up being a 6-6 half. Launch over the top, Valen. Rest of the team immediately taking a ton of space here at ramp, firmly in their control. 4 players. Position though for the side of PHYPERX. With Divide joining. Things are about to get potentially a bit weird. Is okay, Forsaken able to find one with a sheriff. Something comes away with a kill as well.
Down A.
We find ourselves in a 3v3. As the Nightfall moves up, but this is damn near everyone. Divide a hair off, being able to have the angle. Something spots everyone on the exit. Doesn't have the time to double back to go for a weapon, just trying to intercept.
Just all about timing here for something. You can see Jonah P aware of it.
Being watched by 2. Jonah P swings back of the pillar. Patman now arriving.
Spike planted.
2v3 with just the one rifle between them. Head's gonna be spotted. Patman gets his taken off. Something will collect the weapon. He certainly has his work cut out for him. The silent drop. 2 flashes available to try to utilize. A double stack at backside. On the peak, nothing noted there. Sends the flash. And Jonah P able to turn it, able to find the kill. Team Ace and G2 securing 6.
Yeah, even though the beginning part of this round looks like it's going to be pretty dangerous for G2. We've got the full 5-man stack for PHYPERX. The Nightfall just misses. Defy not able to catch a player on the exit with his sheriff. G2 looking really good. I love the way that Jonah P is just firmly in control of the flanks. He is perpetually watching what is going on the backside for G2, especially if Leaf's not in position on those lurks. He has really done a good job. Even if he doesn't necessarily win the battles, it's still about having that info and having that awareness. Forsaken actually doesn't TP forward, TP back this time. So a little bit of trickery, trying to confuse G2 about how he's going to play this garage spot.
See Valen looking for it, wary of it.
Yeah, that same smoke cost him dearly. So he's going to be very, very aware of it this time. Looking, see if he jumped up on the box. A little bit of spam in mid. That's going to maybe shift somebody over. No, okay, PHYPERX opts for a different angle.
And something is not on the correct one if the swing comes through. Okay, does send out a shot. Looks like they noted each other. Quick check in towards Vent here from Jogamo on the silent drop. Patman watching and waiting. He's going to ride that right side rope up though. Continuing steadily. Push for a bit little moment there. A quick peek.
Should be a flash.
And might just feel the back away, but this could be the clone. So it does get information. They know that it's being watched. 2 players set up here. Inside of B Heaven. Divide. Jing. We're going to try to hold this line. Jing able to find one. Blast packs across the way. Gets out towards safety. Paint shells to try to buy some space and some time. If he finds another kill, would be a showstopper online for him, but he's not going to be able to get it. Leaf strikes him down. Patman now having to do everything. They cannot make it happen. 7-5. G2 are out in front of the half.
A little bit of a run there early for PHYPERX, but G2 punching right back with 4 in a row of their own. Really found their groove there as that half wore on.
But already some incredible scenes, some great back and forth between the 2 teams. G2 out with the lead, but it's a narrow one. We'll see what happens when we come back after halftime.
क्या हो गया? क्या हो गया?
अभी भाई थोड़ा देर में खेलेंगे, आते हैं 1 घंटा बाद ऑनलाइन।
अबे डेथ मैच ही लगाए हैं, कौन सा कुछ लगा दिया? डेथ मैच ही लगाए हैं, मेजर कुछ थोड़ी लगा दिए।
अच्छा है, तब लगा सकते हैं।
तुमको क्या लगता है इस आईडी से तुम्हारा मैच हो जाएगा? हैं?
बात भी है।
हम तो PRX का मैच देख रहे हैं बैठ
Match found.
के। अभी हाफ हुआ है तो सोचे देख लेते हैं थोड़ा। एम देख लेते हैं क्या हाल चाल है एम का मेरा। 2-4 दिन हो गया खेले नहीं।
Cool. Let's go.
बाबा तो बुलावा आ रहा है ना यहाँ तो
क्या हुआ?
तो आधे रहा था। क्या कौन सा मूवी?
Gigabyte always steps up. He is a big game player, to say the least. And he was tremendous with his Euro utility on top of having great impact in the fragging department. He is just so smart with the way that he pilots that agent. And on the other side, something again struggling a bit here on the Yoru. Needs to pick it up both the duelists here on this attacker side.
बस
See their opportunity, opening things up.
बोलो बोलो, बस चल रहा है भाई।
One of the things that's been very rough for PHYPERX at this tournament. Haven't been able to get
शादी करवा दो।
Neutralize. Time to jump.
Blocking sight.
One support. 10 seconds until stage. Lights out. Stage 2.
I gotta wait.
कैसा बैठा हुआ है भाई?
Oops. Block the sight.
Fake teleportation. Seconds until stage change.
Grounded.
Grenade. Stage 3. Anyone else? Reloading.
My ult's ready. Here.
The hunt begins.
Duck. Hi. Hit.
Suppressed. Kill them.
One down.
It's you and me. You're done. My ult's ready.
Ultimate orb spawning. Flash. Catch this.
No
अच्छा लग गया भाई.
Kills to go.
3.
Anyone else? Kills to go.
Blocking sight. Enemy kill. Face your fear.
My ult's ready. Knife deployed. Force suppressed.
Leaning in, full flash from the clone. Jonah Page is holding down M1, spamming through the smoke and screens, trying to see what he can find. Something's gonna be taken down.
PRX G2 चल रहा है. PRX हार रहा है अभी तो. 6-9. अबे तो G2 अच्छा टीम है भाई. G2 अमेरिका का विनिंग टीम है.
यार ये अच्छा ही खेल रहा है, मतलब उतना बुरा भी नहीं खेल रहा है.
Around the corner finds the first. The Hawk gonna be sent. Re-swings, clears out Leaf. Prowler at the ready.
Nice clutch भाई. Batman, nice clutch.
His first global stage in his rookie season, and he pulls off a
भाई 4K मारा भाई. 1v4.
What a fight for PHYPERX Patman has been. He is so impactful. A lot of times it's with his util, but now he clutches it out on the fade. He's got a lot of PHYPERX on their feet. And that could be one of those tide turners. He's got 18 kills on the map. Patman is flying.
Hobby leader. Again, into a bit of a half purchase here for G2. Never a freebie when playing against this squad.
No, this is so dangerous.
For the Bucky, a sheriff for Trent. Stinger in hand for Valen, about to make contact against all of these players here in Garage. Fowler, however, does manage to scout him out. Steve needs the bullets, he backs away, Boombot gonna get cleared. Somehow, pretty much no one ends up taking too much damage, just playing a little...
क्या बोल रहा है? चालू करें एक और. तुम जा रहा था ना? क्या हो गया? और डेथ मैच खेलो तो हम मैच देख रहे हैं. मैच स्टार्टेड है. चलो 5v1 बचा. 8-9 चलो चलो कम बैक होगा. कम बैक होगा. जिंग फॉर्म में आ जाए मजा आ जाएगा. भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है. हर बार लगता है ये जिता सकता है वो जिता सकता है. जीत कोई और जाता है. पिछली बार चाइनीज टीम जीत गया था. जबकि लग रहा था जो उसके साथ जो खेल रहा था वो जीतेगा।
Deathmatch. Warm up.
EDG चैंपियन जीता था, EDG जीत गया था एडवर्ड गेमिंग। आई थिंक सेंटिनल्स के साथ था ना फाइनल्स, आई डोंट रिमेंबर अभी तो हम भूल भी गए।
Looking like a pacey hit here with the ult that they have, or at least it's going to be for something as he tries to escort things forward. Goes for the exit over at screens and he's able to find Trent.
अरे यार चलो जिंग ठीक है, रुको गेम का आवाज बंद करना।
And the site opened up here for PHYPERX with still a late linger from Divide. Slowly creeping his way.
डिवाइड तेरा गेम है भाई।
With just an operator. Needs Leaf to try to do a bit of the heavy lifting here to get them into the site. Leaf himself at risk if Divide just simply turns around. And there's the pre-fire. Ball to fall, Divide seemingly narrowing down the options. Where his counterpart Viper could be.
किधर चले
Full retreat.
नाइस।
Cleanup comes through. 3 players surviving. We are tied up 9-9.
9-9 हो गया भाई।
A nice dimensional drift from something. Obviously getting a lot of info, but the way that he tucks himself in at screens catches Trent completely off guard there. Jonah P takes a really nice angle there because he knew the player behind him got revealed by the haunt. He wasn't going to be expected to be that far forward in that corner. Gets a kill because of it, but
After that, PHYPERX now starting to rock and roll. And it's going to be the second time out here for G2 Esports. PHYPERX still going to have both of theirs. So this is going to be interesting. That was the buy round. That was the op being picked up for Jog, taken out of his hands. It's going to be another eco coming up.
Behind that eco, a hell of a lot of ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Hit, Nightfall from the shadows. All at G2's disposal. Plenty to try to utilize here. See if they're going to be able to pull off a little bit more of that thrifty magic off the back of this timeout.
I have to. Because PHYPERX is going to be coming in to cycle themselves pretty soon. Love to steal this round away from them. PHYPERX is going to have a bit of money to sit on for quite some time here. For at least a couple more rounds to make their buys. The question is here for G2. What are the change-ups? Do you get aggressive at the mains? Do you try to contest some of those early orbs, some of that early space? Or is it just a, hey, let's make sure we're not trying to take challenges at angles we don't need to, at moments we don't need to. Let's make sure we're waiting for the reinforcements. That's where they were really hot on their attacker side, is when they were coming in 3-4 strong. PHYPERX would challenge them one at a time. It's going to be an early pit.
To be invested for Seika, fake on the TP.
just looking to see if he can get a response out of G2, but the discipline from Leaf, very, very good. Jogamo right around the corner with a frenzy. Is that going to be read by PHYPERX? They haven't held this corner yet. It'll be the first time we've seen G2 try to lock down that position.
Footstep gets made. See, for the most part, they're avoiding it for the time being. The Prowlers are going to be committed towards heaven. Jonah P. Step here, now going to be revealed. This Boombot ends up going off. He finds the hit. Jogamo going to be taken down to fight, able to flush him out. He saw consideration for the Rolling Thunder there for a brief little moment, but it seems like the call comes in. No, it's going to be far too risky, far too costly if we can't convert. So instead, they're going to have to just fight their way back down the ramp, like they shall. Being dead leaves a weapon on the floor, potentially recoverable here for G2. Trent's Prowler gets the spot out. League's position noted. Free fire into the smoke. Actually a snap need to adjust. We'll find the remaining players.
Chalo 10-9 10-9.
PHYPERX not allowing these half buys to find purchase, to find value. They regain the lead by 1. It's another rifle round with just the pit expended in the previous round.
Yeah, now you're gonna have the operator again for Jogamo. PHYPERX didn't even run into his side of the map.
Lined up.
That's huge for Patton. Gets the Nightfall off the back of that too. So it's a really nice pickup there for PHYPERX to buy one away from his ult, so he can get the plant down potentially and get that pit right off the rip. Jog, he's gonna try to snipe there on the ramp, but Toxic Screen was up. Just has to TP out. Meanwhile, PHYPERX actually spreading the map a bit. Not getting too crazy here, just doing a little bit of fact-finding with some of the Fade util. Just kind of trying to decide how exactly they want to navigate this now. Probably really thinking about those other ults that are going up against them with that Rolling Thunder, with that Nightfall.
Face your fear!
Nightfall could just come out, might just see a Rolling Thunder very quickly here in response, and that's exactly what is going to happen. PHYPERX anticipate this, they hug back. Prowler on the chase, quickly cleared out. For the moment, G2 not fully convinced about this push. Valen blinded up here at backside, sees the TP, but Ching swings the corner and takes him down, keeps Forsaken protected. Divide doesn't have the player advantage here for PHYPERX. Jogamo again, the operator. How do you get yourself back into this? And do you commit a Nightfall to try to identify these players' positions? Goes into the peak with a flick. It's just a hair off. Reposition comes through and something in behind them.
क्या ही शॉट मारा है भाई, क्या ही शॉट मारा है. जाके देखो भाई प्रिंस.
PHYPERX get up to 11.
Great awareness here from PHYPERX. Realizing that
यूरो प्ले देखते हैं ना, यूरो प्ले देखो.
He wasn't still behind pillars.
सुना रे?
Getting aggressive there on
Hello?
the opening up some space in this reposition from something swap over to his trademark shorty. Gets a 3K. And that is huge for PHYPERX. Coordination today starting to look really good, and Trent, some frustration being shown.
It's one of those moments you don't want to hit tab, you don't want to see how much damage you just dealt. Such a narrow margin of error. And something now, the attack off, striking when you least expect it. Clones are trying to lead the way. Jogamo not fooled by that, does manage to quickly trade it back, sends out a flash to the site. It's already being taken here by PHYPERX, who look to get themselves up the map point.
Out in the open with this plan.
Jing looking for a timing perhaps, but ooh, Jonah P with a belter of a headshot there off the Sheriff. He's able to note and deal with that enemy raise. Patman on the push, nearly cut in half. Does manage to stay alive. That brings it now into a 3v3.
Welcome
G2.
to my world.
Decent position. Valen ends up getting taken down. The pit now in play. Just go ahead and try to seal the deal on this. Divide, clip leap there, right in the leg as he goes bounding forward into that pit. Jonah P now, no other recourse but to try to back away and hold on to this operator as PHYPERX look to try to chase him down. Forsaken storming his way through the vents, taps the rope, rides into the top. Jonah P finds the first. Divide wanting to try his luck. Tries to flush him out, but Jonah P will be able to cut him down to size. Unfortunately, he's still only at the halfway point for Rolling Thunder, but the operator does get saved.
Great opener here for something. Patman using that seize into just an aggressive push. You never expect that. The wild play that you see sometimes from PHYPERX, incredible. And it's 7 in a row on this attacker side. One more to close it out here to take their map pick, to take the opening map of the playoffs here at Masters Toronto.
Immediately the rush forward here, nothing spotted in towards A Heaven with the dimensional drift. Able to take a note here of Leaf's positioning as something exiting, teleporting back out with a gate crash. Jogamo holding close, gets pushed away from the angles, the paint shells fly.
Divide, I think he knows that Jogamo's back there, might have heard the TP. They're bringing the rest of the forces over there. Too much resistance at B.
He's got a decent lurk, and then G2 should be aware that they didn't spot him out.
I don't think they're going to be ready for him on site, though. I think they think he's still at screens.
Trying to line up Jing, unable to find it. Shorty, get a bit of damage in. Knocks him down to 31. Vi here in Heaven, quickly going to be backpedaling. As Jogamo throws on the mask. Nightfall is available. Divide, able to find one. Jonah P going to be taken down. The Fate in position. Trying to go for this ult send. Sends it out, but it's only going to find the enemy Viper. Leaf, get TP at the back. It's actually Valen arriving here on site. Leaf, as you say, trying to go for this flank. Ends up falling down to 32 HP, but Valen is able to find Divide at the same time. And now the site looking to be in the hands of G2. Something up and over the top, dealt with. It's all on Jing, finds one. Showstopper's gonna be too late. The defuse has already come through. G2 break the win streak. And they persevere as they look for 2 more wins to take us into OT.
Yeah, another big round here
HYPERX score?
for Jogamo.
12-10. ये राउंड निकाल लिया था ऑलमोस्ट, थोड़ा सा इधर उधर लेफ्ट राइट होने की वजह से हक दिया.
अच्छा जीत जाएगा मतलब ना. ये कौन सा कौन सा मैच?
स्प्लिट.
नहीं कितना नंबर है?
पहला मैप.
Now maybe
चालू करें.
maybe a timeout.
थोड़ा आते हैं फिर थोड़ा देर में आते हैं.
Not to be seen.
Not to be seen.
क्या होता है उधर में, कोई टेंशन नहीं. डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाना, डिस्कॉर्ड पे है बैठे.
So far, they've been pretty good at it. Been able to find those moments, those adaptations. Trying to use Jing to get a little bit aggressive towards mid. And again, G2 is playing very passive at the early parts of these rounds. It's really, how ready are they going to be for Jogamo's forward position with that operator? Haven't seen this yet. He's holding on the other side of the toxic screen.
Knocks back to try to avoid the boom bot. Will get spotted. Because with a short, he doesn't necessarily indicate the Yoru, but the flash will certainly go ahead and let them know that the operator is going to be in this position. Paranoia sent, dodged. I thought maybe he'd gotten away from it. Either way, they're not able to play off the back of it. Forsaken just TPing up top here for the moment.
This could be a Vents angle here for PHYPERX. They can suss this out. They know that the Yoru's on site. That might be what they want to avoid.
Out from one angle, sees onto the other, trying to peek. Still a fault line at the ready. The shorty swap, Forsaken. Not checking this, not ready for it. Gets caught, goes down. Trying to peek, gets ready to buy, able to go ahead, equalize it at a 3v3. Some spam damage on the Trent, puts him to 33 health as the spike now gets planted by Patman.
Not much util for either side. Paranoia for Valen, flash for something.
As everybody committed into the site. Leaf free reign, they're trying to just walk his way down ramp.
Something has to find value in this corner.
It's hit by the Paranoia, but he's not the player at risk. Divide, finding another, but now it is all on something. Knows Leaf's position, knows he's there above, but Leaf seemingly does not have the read!
Nice PRX, nice pala map. Good.
PHYPERX take down G2 on their map pick of split 13-10.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments here made in a very short amount of time by PHYPERX on split. They do a great job finding that open space, finding those plants, and taking their time.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I sure as hell am entertained, and I'm hoping that this series is going to deliver many more maps just like that. We've got Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Match found.
You have good taste, my friend.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
Let the bullets fly.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading. Reload.
Charge your ults. New stage in 10-4. Stage 2.
Here with my car.
Go, go, go!
Get out.
Charge your ults.
Satchel out.
Go, go!
Next.
Reloading. Taken out. Reloading.
Until stage change.
Too slow.
Stage 3.
You want to play? Let's play.
Next.
That one's dead. My ult is ready.
What?
Away with you. That's 3.
10 seconds until stage change.
So dead. Over uphill.
Bye-bye.
Enforce ready.
Satchel out.
Get lost.
Oh, I like it. That's 3.
Catching Neon. Rampage. Dragons on rampage.
Nice try.
The hunt begins.
Having their vision. You're nothing. Satchel out. Here we go! Okay.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Reloading.
shot.
You blink! Hi! I'm pissed!
Satchel out.
Feeling
set.
Excusez-moi.
Satchel out.
A gift.
15 kills to go.
Au revoir. Teleport's gone. That's 3. And 4. One less.
Ultimate orb spawning. 5 kills remaining.
Back up!
Pardon, monsieur.
In fact, before the composition that they're playing with the Tejo, before that when they were running the Viper and the Killjoy, it was against PHYPERX that they played their last map before swapping around. I think that they have a good read. I want to see what they do against that double duelist. Again, if we see a different face of Jing on that attack, that could be a very, very big tell for the side of PHYPERX. But on the other hand, Split could have also been a very good pick for G2.
Yeah.
Like, I think that overall, this veto favors them a lot.
Something that I do want to point out, though, is you could really see, though, as well, the momentum that PHYPERX do lean on, especially in that Split game, because that could have gone either way, Mimi.
That's like the whole thing with PHYPERX ever since they made that mid-season change, brought Patman in. It has been all momentum for this train thus far, just coasting their way into the playoffs. Agent select up. I expect a very similar thing here from G2. Likely play the same comp, just sub in either that Sova. Probably the Fade is what I would expect.
Oh?
I mean, there are changes because I expected Leaf to be going onto that Killjoy, but Trent is going to go on the Sova, and Juggernaut locks in the Neon. We were waiting for this. We want to see, especially with them starting on the attack, the effect that is going to have with those 2 initiators behind you.
Despite G2's success this year, Jaw has had one of his lowest individual performance years ever in his career since he's been a player at that international level. That's not because he's been bad. It's because he's been playing Neon, he's been the sacrificial lamb, he's had to be diving into all these different things. But now he gets to play on one of his absolute best agents back in front of an NA crowd to show us what he's got on that Neon.
All right, folks, so let's go ahead and find out how this one all plays out. Can it go the distance? Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters and jump into map 2. Here's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, GB. I don't know. Toronto, what are you guys thinking? You guys want to see a map 3? All right, we'll see if G2 are going to be able to make it happen, get back into the driver's seat. We saw them in control for so very long on Split, but PHYPERX regained the reins, rode off into the sunset with the win on Split. Let's see what happens as, once again, PHYPERX pistols have not been kind to them.
It looks like it might be a full 4v4 scrap here early.
Turns from the flash, Juggernaut on the peak, dead. Jing, off to a significantly hot start this time around, finds that opening frag, and that is a ton of the entry power out of the hands of G2.
Because you have that Yoru, you're able to quickly pivot over to the other side of the map here to match G2's movement.
Instant damage taken there from Valo, 5 cleanup. Finds it, and something will get overwhelmed, flanked through the site. Poison Orb locked in, and on that peak, Devi ends up losing his life. 3v3. Go from a very strong start into a bit of a lopsided round now for PHYPERX.
Oh my goodness.
Full stairs push coming through now for G2.
This is madness, but Forsaken and Patman are lined up.
Cluster together, the swing, Forsaken able to tuck back around the corner. Does get stunned there by the fault line, clear on the recon dart, and they have to re-pivot back. G2 quickly evacuating, breaking down the baby door, but already you've got PHYPERX arrived here at upper. Looking to try to take them down. Lead gets himself a third, but Jing will get 3 of his own. PHYPERX claim their first pistol here in the playoffs.
And this is the side of the map where PHYPERX did so much damage when they were playing Team Liquid. It's crazy to think that these first 2 maps are the 2 maps that went to OT the last time they played. So far, so good. Able to avoid any disasters on split. And they got the pistol, and that's really got them fired up because they need those. They were still able to win split without a single pistol, but it's a buy up here for G2. Stingers and a Sheriff.
They're looking to nullify this. Just take that pistol win away from them. As for now, weapons not being fired. No confirmation on this force up. Some shots here from something. Backpedals, avoids the fault line. Space gonna be taken. Wall does get popped, so Spike cannot be brought forward into the B side quite just yet, but Valen, it's a good amount of space forward there at upper. Sheer wall now gone. Now it's tucked here at the connector, sends out that paranoia. Players arriving here from main, Jonah P. Tag down low, he and Lee both eating an immense amount of damage. Trent though finding his timing, swings around the back, collects 2 kills, something divide, both gonna be eliminated. The spike is on the floor. Patman's pushing forward. He's catching the timing, but he's also catching a stray headshot. Valen was meant to take him down, and this round is looking to go the way of G2. Jing all alone. Too many targets, too many angles. And the force from G2 works its magic.
And early on, they had a great plan to get themselves ahead of the curve, to get past the Vice wall, because they TP past it with Valen and sent another player through. So it kind of keeps PHYPERX guessing a little bit. They have to pause, they have to wait this out. They don't have any information on what's going on. And that just allows G2 to set up for those late lurks, to take that early space. And that's a great call there by Valen and company. And Jing gonna be having the Bucky. A couple Sheriffs otherwise. G2 now looking to play their bonus.
Season end just opens up some space. Orbit gets grabbed. Jing gonna be 2 charges away. Jonah P playing catch up. Trying to get that rolling thunder at the ready. Still just the 3 charges thus far. Divide force back. Paranoia flying his way. Well as those relay bolts. Backpedals and something gets caught up over by Waterfall. And trying to go on a timing. Does get noted by the enemy breach.
Had a little bit of miscommunication there for PHYPERX. Players trying to make some hero plays.
Tucks back towards Waterfall, Forsaken. Flushed out, and right now G2 are looking to try to make this one a flawless to swing forward, and that Bucky is not going to sing. 4K for Jonah P. That rolling thunder now just 2 charges away. G2 gain the lead in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this is just so brilliant from G2. So ready for something to try to make that aggressive maneuver. Jonah P ahead of the curve. It's Patman as well, and a 4K for the Professor. Yeah, that one's got to be a little bit frustrating. But really, I think PHYPERX could have done a little bit more damage there if they're a little bit more patient. Wait for that retake and then flood, but it is what it is. Forsaken going to go for that Odin once again here on this defender's side.
Our player stack as well. There's a paint shell, lobs in. Jogamo going to be eating a good amount of damage from it. 51. Forsaken is looking to further delay. But Jing ends up being found. Flushed out of the corner. With the after shot going to be committed there. Get him out into the open. They're able to collect the kill, so an advantage now here for the side of G2. Seems like they are more than satisfied with that on this side of the map, and now look to maybe pivot.
This is classic G2. Just take your profits and move on. You got that one, you don't need to press your advantage. Just leave Leaf to his own devices. Try to win some battles on the extremities. Patman gonna have to clear the drone. Trent, looks like he's gonna try to follow up. Try to pre-fire.
Challenge into this one. Forsaken is already rotated across towards C site, just cycling the smokes there on main. Looking to spray at the ready. The orb grab though, Jonah P. Now 1 away from having that rolling thunder online. He's got the spike in hand. And that's gonna be a massive post-plant tool here for them.
this.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely need to. Fast lane, now gonna let them know. Finds the first, something. No Rolling Thunder to be concerned about this round. Has to go out for a little bit of a wider swing, but Leaf eventually is able to find the target. Scooped up. The break of the door. Time starting to dwindle here. The thorns get raised. Put themselves into the sight.
10 seconds left.
Locked in here by the wall, but Batman does manage to find one as Valorant gets taken down. Had to pull up the plan here for a moment. Now is able to stick it, but cannot draw his weapon back out fast enough.
Nice one.
Surviving. We'll tie it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I love this little change-up of positioning from something. We haven't seen him tuck into that corner quite like that. You know, PHYPERX will leave a player hidden somewhere over on A more often than not. It doesn't get read by G2. I don't think there's any tape of him doing that.
Enemy remaining.
And then it's just great coordination here. That's something PHYPERX is going to need. Because G2, you make any mistakes against them, and they will take everything. And it almost looked like maybe G2 was just going to have this great methodical classic round where they work the map, they get the orbs, they find that opening kill.
Retrieving thorns.
They just kind of play for trades the rest of the way, but something had other ideas.
Does not have a weapon. Okay,
you don't need
pass
it.
over.
He's got a rocket. He's fine.
Well, they hand him one all the same. As Forsaken is one very much getting bullied out by Trap. Swing forward, something trying to take some space here, but losing his head for it. It's a massive advantage now here for the side of G2.
Oh my god. They time the C's here.
Swing out. Jogamo just has him lined up. G2 winning on all fronts. Looking to set themselves up with another flawless. As Orb can be passed over to damn near everybody. You've got so many good choices. The Pit, the Hunter's Fury, the Overdrive. Drone will scout, spots nothing. No one's home. As Divine is going to be rotating off. The call to save has been made.
Definitely the right one. Some head scratchers here for PHYPERX. Something going for that swing onto Jogamo. Had a fair opportunity, but Jogamo really dialed in this round. And then that two-man push in towards mid. Questionable. Just not really reading the map well there. A lot of times G2 is going to be rotating in force. So unless you're thinking you can catch Leaf in that spot, that's the only way I could see that being the right decision.
Leaf is looking to catch them.
Oh, absolutely.
Not in the most vulnerable positions, though, as the door just force will rotate from Device, so should be able to dance around this as we wait for the spike to go off. So two weapons still going to be retained here, it would seem, unless he hits a hell of a shot. But Device, here's the footsteps and stays tucked back. So flawless round. G2 regaining the lead.
Yeah, just really good stuff here from G2. Maybe going to be a timeout. The first one being called by PHYPERX now. They would get contact. They'd let him take mound, and then they'd open up the door and swing. Very cautious at the start of these rounds. You really have to make sure. Flushed out by some of that breach utility earlier, caused him to go. But a little bit more backup behind it for PHYPERX.
Match found.
At least they can trade. That's what you'd be looking for. Guardian going to be bought here for something. Everybody else still has enough to get rifles. Obviously, the Odin carried over a bunch of ults on both sides. So a lot to consider here for both teams.
Ready.
What does the call end up looking like? Able to find a Guardian here for something.
Scanning ahead.
Pretty low on funds. Econ over the top. Not going to spot anything out.
PHYPERX faked the Seek pinch. They sent out the Paranoia and some of that Fade util just to see what the response would be. But G2 is just sitting in spawn. You see this after timeout sometimes for PHYPERX where they go for those early aggressive plays. G2 very ready for it.
Jogamo noted, identified a little bit here. Behind the wall, will get spotted, but that's about all that's going to be gained here from the Dimensional Drift. Quick little exit from something.
Go, go, go.
TP's back over onto the A site. In the meantime, space being gained. G2's their way forward here.
I am the beginning.
It's a great smoke
I am
from
the
Forsaken,
end.
right as they're coming towards C. That could buy them precious extra seconds. Plus there's the Vice Wall on the other side.
Go for the backside, rolling that are going to be sent. No one getting hit by that one as the wall holds everybody else back here for the moment. A TP forward from Valorant to get himself into the sides. The Nightfall's going to go across, and that's going to hit damn near everyone. Hit, however, does come through in play. The Divide swinging out on the timing. Has that reveal, but cannot find the kill. But Jing has arrived.
Spike rush.
This poor place. You used to be so beautiful.
Don't worry. I'll send you off with
The
a
call
bang.
to action. Looking fantastic from the timeout.
10 seconds left.
Trent will try to see if he can stop this from being a flawless. So this round is very quickly wrestled from G2's grasp.
This is a great change up here. Very nice timeout by PHYPERX.
Cover going out.
That's what about their decision making there with this. That smoke. The Vi's already sliding in. Set up.
Spike planted.
Into the site. Reloading. The rocket found Leap. 3 kills there. And that retake flood.
Last player
That is
standing.
very, very nicely done. A great nightfall as well. Great timing there from Patman. Catches almost everybody on G2. This is just North grab here for PHYPERX. Nobody home for G2. Pretty well aware of it, so quick pivot over to B. Oh, what a stunner from something.
Something not clipped by the relay bolt nor the paranoia. It's one hell of a shot. Against that entry power, the tip of the spear gone.
Time to explode.
Throwing that curveball here at G2.
All you're sitting on for ults now is the Hunter's Fury here for G2, so love to save that for the post plant. Forsaken here on a timing onto the spray, just in case there is a rotate. They're gonna seed the A side over here. Our PHYPERX. Not sure if they even hear that drone. Forsaken will sling over to stairs.
Position. Maybe try to spray through the wall, but the wall is not raised. And on the jiggle peak, we'll be able to spot out a multitude of players. The question is, G2, do they pivot in the connector and try to get a plant down on B? Jing is watching. Swung out wide.
30 seconds left.
Trent is trying to fish for him here. Jing unable to avoid the stun. No swing coming through from Leaf, however. He gets away scot-free, but balanced. Pressuring forward, able to find one. Leaf now going to be taken out. Jing able to find another before he falls.
Discord off.
And there's the cleanup. The loss of Jog.
No.
The early stages of the round leaves G2 reeling. They fight back, showing their tenacity, but they're just not able to find the round win.
Well, you're seeing an extra little bit of patience here from PHYPERX in these last couple of rounds. You see Valen scratching his chin a bit, trying to figure out how they're going to deal with this. Some good paranoia, some good flashes this time. Jing on the point of attack, holding the line nicely to find 2. A great flash and just a smothering here. PHYPERX coming from every direction. Re-clearing that space on A really nicely, or Forsaken in something. There we go. G2 though, not going to fall for it. Look at this, an immediate pivot over. Everybody was there from PHYPERX. That spam is doing a ton of damage.
Down to 31. Fury sent on the prowl, and Forsaken dead. Trent able to find value there. It's an early kill. And that's the smokes that you no longer have to be concerned about.
Tap at the door, try to get some kind of reaction here out of PHYPERX. Throw the smoke as well. Something likes to play up in these a bit.
They're going to just pop flash and push out of this one. And that's going to be Valen taken down as TP out. Jogamo is able to find one, overdrive. Escorting forward, finds the headshots across onto Divine. Patman and something with 40 health between the two of them. versus 4 players on the side of G2. Seems like as the pendulum swings, we're just going to be trading back these round wins. Line will not connect, but something just dropping down into the site, instantly noted and dealt with. Jogama with a huge round to keep things neck and neck. As he gets the ping reveal at the end. 4K here for the Neon, 4 rounds for G2. We remain tied up.
Yeah, that's a great momentum swing, a great economy swing here for G2. Able to get themselves right back into the thick of it, using some of those ultimates to great effect. Jogamo, Desk was talking about his Neon, and he's showing you why. He is so highly regarded on that agent. Absolutely destructive with the overdrive. Jing one away from another showstopper though. It's PHYPERX looks to line up for another A-Rubble fight. G2's just been holding back on these, maybe sending Jog out a bit. Oh, Jog
instantly able to find the kill. Forsaken again. First one to fall here for PHYPERX, having a rough go of it. Thinking about it, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, 0 kills, 0, 6, and 4 at the moment here on that Omen.
It's been a bit of a struggle for the
something. Trying to so much damage and take it down.
Bring them down.
Valo clearing the Prowler, still watching for this end.
Going wrong
trying
or
to
what's
get
good
Forsaken.
or it's bad.
Yeah. Trying to TP him forward.
A lot of aggressive space
Double Buckies.
taken off of this one.
Forsaken loves this.
The wall raised. He's just
Oh,
gonna go
that's
pushing
cringe.
forward.
Oh, that's cringe.
Cutting him down.
You won't go back in there?
Now gonna be sent
No,
next
he
onto
won't.
the 3 remaining
He won't. He
players.
won't.
Yeah, no, that's good.
He definitely won't go back into that
They
smoke.
deny the weapon grab
There's
here.
no way they try going through this.
There's no way they go into
Gotta
this.
suspect
Wait,
that Forsaken's gonna walk into this smoke. You just have to suspect.
Wait, that was
that
his first
it's
2, I just realized.
He's just gonna grab the gun.
Here, take this. I'm better with the Bucky.
Picked up, juggles it back.
He actually took the Bucky.
I'm more than content.
Isn't there another rifle
playing
down?
this with the Bucky.
I don't know.
Maybe they threw it away.
Does eventually backpedal.
All right,
This
this
is
kill
the
right here
kill,
at B.
yeah.
This is gonna be big.
Mage Punk Sheriff. Stocks are...
Something holding here on the close angle.
Nah, give my X-ray back. Where the fuck did that guy go? The
Valo,
anticipation's killing me.
He's pushing it.
sense tingling there.
He pushed it. He pushed it.
Back away. Doesn't peek
Who
in
the
onto
fuck
the
does
angle.
that?
Wait, actual nice Omen ult to like help
Not much
him
was spotted
keep
there,
pushing?
but Drone could pretty much tell the story. 'cause you're
Dude,
gonna be
actually
anticipating that
though.
all these players are going to be remaining together, but oh, just blind dart. Yeah, blind dart through.
Oh my god, I love what
Wait,
Jason
this
just
is
did.
a sick
that.
No, this
play.
this is beautiful.
Up into the smoke.
Oh, he didn't
check
see
down.
him.
Gets the reveal.
Oh,
Bucky
Bucky ace.
down. My god,
Nope.
Forsaken. Gets himself a third, but Jordan being able to fight back
Wait,
for a little bit more. But
The
now
Vi
finding
is
himself
inside
all
as
alone
well?
still.
How?
Tagged down
When?
to 33.
They got thrifty.
As he swoops out the five,
5-5.
we'll find the final
Same as
kill to
last night.
confirm the MasterCard
Damn.
thrifty and keep us tied at 5-5.
What a way
Wait,
to get on
I
the
think
board for
G2 might get
Forsaken.
2-0'd, bro.
Finds his first 3
I know people are gonna
kills
say I'm a
with the
jinx or
Bucky.
whatever,
gonna
but
ace with it.
they might
I
actually
think
get
for a
2-0'd.
second, I thought when he started pushing that corner,
This
I'm
is
like, okay,
fucked.
the Bucky
My
ace.
pick'ems are done.
This Masters will have everything if he pulls that
It's
off.
not a jinx, I'm serious. Because they have 5 rounds on defense. I think their attack will be better today.
This Masters will have everything if he pulls that off. That's a hell of a round for PHYPERX. And we've seen them do that. Usually it's with the judge and a little bit of a stronger buy to back it up that they'll go for that aggressive TP play at the front of A. Do you have a showstopper? Do you have an operator here?
Something. Gonna be looking to see what he can get done Outside of C, slowly pushing up, but Forsaken, okay, well, looks like Bucky is going to be the answer. Gets himself a rifle, gets himself dead. Off the start of the round once again. Push forward, Leaf, likely favored here on this peak. Something gonna have to be Johnny on the spot, and he is. Ooh. Closes out the kill. That's G2 realizing how much lack of control they have on that side of the map. Trent has to have his head on a swivel.
You can still expect that maybe Patman.
Oh, Alan. Gun barrel spotted, clips him just through the corner of the wall there at stairs. Valo in his own right, a clean upper a lot of the times, but just cannot hit that hospital flick. Valen comes up with a second elimination.
The patience paying off for G2 there. Fully expecting that repeak.
Jing similarly. Could be doing very much the same, and the spray is just off.
No more.
Patman finding one, wide swings out, gets a headshot, but can't get the kill. G2 find themselves with 6-round wins. One more round to go, the half.
Yeah, just G2 so aware of PHYPERX's tendencies. Again, getting those players just far enough out that they can find that opening kill outside of rubble. And then Valen doing a great job, 4K for the IGL. Having a great one, and yeah, I think you got to be a little bit frustrated there. Again, PHYPERX just kind of falling one by one. You have this showstopper, and it's a weak buy. Forsaken, of course, going to double dip into that Bucky again. You can see that G2 very wary of that showstopper. You see if it's going to be pulled here. Jogamo, that's the last target you want to have. That Neon has the escapability. Get away. Just a lot of patience being shown this time by PHYPERX. Jiggle peek spotted.
I'm trying to get a catch, but trying to get the Neon, gonna prove to be difficult, and the showstopper doesn't actually go deep enough. Otherwise, it might have actually been able to find him. The decay was there. Divide though, pushing forward onto the B side, able to find one. Forsaken comes off with another Bucky elimination. So Spike gets ready to be planted. Showing up here at one, audio list just sending out the flashes. The quick pivot across over towards the C side comes through. Forsaken trying to chase, has upgraded to a Vandal. Wants to try to catch them off guard. Corner plant, the push forward, right here, into their open arms!
Spike down, C.
Forsaken.
Valen's got his ult.
Playing it so intelligently, and you're right, Valen does have the from the shadows.
Grab the
Wants to try to get the shot there on the Jing. He's unable to do so. They know exactly where he's at. Patman on the corner swing. In perfect position, and we are perfectly balanced, 6-6 at the half.
A phenomenal back and forth from both of these teams. You have to love the adjustments. You have to love what you're seeing from both squads. Really putting on a good show here. Some great fundamentals, some great individual plays, some great lurking.
Hello.
That is exactly what you wanted out of this matchup.
देख रहा है भाई, मैच देख रहा है भाई.
Yinsu is standing by for an interview with some of Jonah P's biggest supporters. Toronto, show him some love.
PRX versus
It is a very special experience being
G2.
able to watch these games live, and I'm bringing you guys a special guest, Jonah P's brother, Justin P. Can I call you that?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
How are the nerves? You know, this game, it cannot get closer than that half.
I'm stressed. I'm a bit nervous. Not as nervous as I was for the final Bangkok. Watching at home.
क्या Twitch पे?
My hands were shaking. I'm probably still shaking a bit now, but I'm
Farhan bot.
and all of G2.
F bot.
I know they can do it.
देख रहा है मैच देख रहा है.
You've supported him every step of the way through this journey. What does it mean
PRX
to be able
G2.
to watch him on a stage like this in Canada, you know, in his
हाँ stream कर रहा है ना.
It's amazing to be in Canada, be at home, to him
नहीं
being
YouTube
the
पे.
representative of Canada for the G2 scene. And also being able to come here because we're from Montreal.
पहला मैप PRX जीत गया. Second मैप 6-6 चल रहा है.
See him live is amazing. It's incredible.
And lastly, is there anything you want to say to him if he could hear you right now?
I'll just remind him what I said. G2 has boss energy. They can't be like if anybody can come back, they can do it. He can do it. I believe in him. I know. Every time we used to play together back in the day, everybody accused him of hacking every single game. So he just has something special, and I know he has it, and I know he has it in it to win today.
That's right. We believe in G2, don't we, guys? We believe in them. Thank you very much, Justin, for joining me. And let's see if G2 can close out this map.
We shall see neck and neck between the two teams here. PHYPERX
भाई खतरनाक चाह रहा है। G2 फुल पेशेंट टीम है भाई, इतना पेशेंस से खेल रहा है। एक राउंड तो देखा है G2 4 बंदा एम इन होल्ड कर रहा है अटैक में। PRX वाला 4 बंदा पीक दे के मरा है। क्या क्या पहला 13-10 या 13-11 13-10 शायद। पहला में भी तो PRX अटैक में कमबैक किया। एक टाइम था आई सॉ आई रिमेम्बर PRX जीतेगा तो G2 लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगा ना। हाँ ये लोग अच्छा बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है, पेशेंस के साथ खेल रहा है। PRX कुछ राउंड अच्छा निकाल दिया है, अच्छा निकाल रहा है यहाँ पे। PRX का जो पैटमैन है ना, पैटमैन कुछ भी मतलब पिछला मैप जो निकाला है भाई, पैटमैन अकेला कुछ जो निकाला है राउंड। एक राउंड 1v4 किया है। पैटमैन फेड खेल रहा है, अल्ट मारा 2 बंदा को समझ नहीं आया किधर से आ रहा है, 50 आया पीछे से फट फुट मार दिया 2 टो। PRX का अटैक है ना, अब 6-6 हो गया, अब अटैक है PRX का। जीतना तो चाहिए, देखिए। पिछले दिन इसी मैप में तो 11-1 किया था डिफेंस में, नहीं अटैक में किया था 11-1। हाँ अटैक में 11-1 किया था शायद इसमें, राइट।
Had a couple different options. This is the one they're going to roll with.
But now it's going to be a double re-clear of this tree position here from G2. Want to make sure that they haven't actually lost control of this, but something finds the instant one tap. Trent backpedaling, trying to stay alive. Something.
अरे यार समथिंग जो बीच में मर जाता है ना ये सब ओवर पिक में। ले नाइस चलो।
Swings into backside. Jing is there to collect. Now we go into a 3v3. Spike being planted here by Patman. Bolt line not available. Flash is expended.
Gotta worry about this relay bolt from Jog.
A slide. Val into the paranoia as he gets closer. Boombot. Sent, not able to find any damage there. Deal coming through. Jing, however, just swinging forward with a frenzy. Looking for a little bit more, but Patman will take the final kill.
अटैक है ये थोड़ा। लास्ट में भी तो TL को जो हराया था उसमें अटैक में 11-1 किया डिफेंस में। कॉमेडी हो गया था, याद नहीं है। 12-12 चला गया था। कहाँ से आते हैं थोड़ा जाते हैं थोड़ा, अब फिर अटक गया आवाज नहीं आया पूरा, कुछ बोला तो ठीक है ठीक है। थोड़ा देर अक्षय को भी फोन करना ना, अक्षय फोन नहीं उठाया। बोलो फरहान क्या बोल रहा है? निकला ना अब, ज्वाइन नहीं हुआ, निकला ना अभी, निकलने का भी बताता है। समथिंग मार्शल लेके पुश कर रहा है।
Going to try to get a little bit deeper. You can find a good angle for that Marshall.
Oh, very close to being able to find that. Just a hair off as the push gets ready to come through. Patman going to be paranoid up, but something's got the covering fire as he slides back.
Nice, nice, nice. अरे नाइस, अरे क्या मस्त राउंड निकाला है। क्या
I'm a bit surprised that G2 dipped into that well twice. Dangerous stuff. Giving PHYPERX a huge economic advantage to start this second half. And that is a great find from something. Right as Jogamo's trying to dash in. This is what you need from something. That sniping is his calling card. That and shorties. He needs to be impactful in that role. He needs to get those first kills going. He's going to be backed off by the relay bolt.
Shoved away, and he's going to push forward.
ओह, चलो ट्रेड ले लिया।
that's going to be a solid amount of information.
भाई जॉगिंग में भयानक फ्लैंक तेजी से फ्लैंक में जा रहा है.
This tells them everyone from PHYPERX is going to be pushing forward into the C site where Valorant.
दो बंदे फ्लैंक पे हैं.
Front from behind, getting ready to come through. Noise going to be made. Now going to be noted as Jogamo is all by
नाइस. पकड़ के मारा तो उसको.
two-person flank.
Ready. Tight angle being held here by Jonah P.
No prowlers. Have to check the old-fashioned way.
Nice one.
It's holding just a little bit too high. Shot whizzes right over Jing's head.
इसका डिफेंस इसलिए मुश्किल है भाई. साइड भागते रहो, एक साइड से दूसरा साइड. अगर तुम फास्ट कर सकते हो सब कुछ तो. ले बकी लेके बैठा हुआ है. अरे नाइस. इसके पास गन भी नहीं है तो मर नहीं आएगा. अच्छा इन लोग का G2 का नया पिस्टल का स्किन ये है क्या? वही बोल रहे हैं नया स्किन. अरे ना बस हाँ. नहीं भाई ये गोल्डन याद नहीं था हमको. गोल्डन वाला हुआ है तो वही इस बार गोल्डन है. पहला मैप में जिंग खेल नहीं रहा था ढंग से. पहला मैप में जिंग नहीं खेल रहा था. बैटमैन ऊपर आया मारने के लिए. इस मैप में जिंग खेल रहा ठीक ठाक.
Now this is a B call through and through. They're going to try to barrel in here.
Prowler doesn't actually get the catch there on the lead. Gripped it back to the right a little bit too soon. Showstopper, does he check for it? Nope. And that is going to be Leaf absolutely tearing them asunder. Damage down on the path.
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है. वो उसका जो प्रॉब्लर था, प्रॉब्लर से लेफ्ट नहीं चेक क्लियर किया, फंस गया.
Very much in G2's hands.
You think without the prowler checking that angle that maybe someone would be aware, but they were fully committed to the top of sight.
I mean, I think it's just a minor miscommunication as well as a minor mechanical mistake there from Batman not setting the prowler harsh enough into the corner. Now sets up for a very difficult clutch position here for PHYPERX if they want to continue. Otherwise, G2 looking very good to close the gap. Get themselves up to 7. Forsaken, like he's going to stick around here. Late linger, try to get a flank going.
You're going to get a nightfall off of this.
Oh, the push from Leaf coming through and
अबे यार दीवार देख रहा है.
30 seconds left. It's himself a 3K. The spike will get planted, and now that nightfall way less likely to be seen in this round.
They should get a hold unless somehow somebody gets a huge 2K.
No connection from the fault line. Divide swung out wide. In a risky spot. Gets timing.
ये टाइमिंग जो इन लोग को मिलता है ना.
Starts around as a monster, ends it as one. 4K for him. Breaks this minor little streak here from PHYPERX. Themselves back on the horse. Keep damn near everyone alive.
Yeah, this is just one of those rounds where one unchecked angle basically ends the round before it even starts. To make matters worse, you threw a showstopper into that and didn't get
एक कॉर्नर चेक नहीं किया, वहीं पे गेम घुमा दिया, राउंड निकाल दिया.
For PHYPERX.
अकेला बंदा चार को मारा अभी.
Mostly good. Patman had to buy down to a bulldog. And it's going to be the full buy now. Again here for G2. Pit available for Leaf. Let's see what he wants to do with that, if he even wants to invest it. Maybe off the rip one. Yeah, Jog knew right away.
Immediate backpedal.
Nope.
Flash sent out. PHYPERX in control here for the moment. Sheer wall set up. In case anybody goes on a deep little lurk.
Actually going to use the TP deep towards A.
Flashing the boom bot going through and something with the some swing. Able to find Jonah P. Immediately dimensional drift going to be going out. Jogamo going to be taken down. Forsaken finds him over outside of stairs.
Nice. अरे nice. क्या स्मोक में जंपिंग मारा भाई.
The sheer wall noted Leaf. Divide looking for him.
ले फिर दो को मार दिया. चलो नाइस राउंड निकाल दिया.
Far too much put on his plate. He falls to the wayside. PHYPERX prevent G2 from building up momentum as they hit double digits.
Love the way that they're exploding here. Once they make some contact with the prowler, with the boom.
इसके बाद सेंटिनल्स होगा. सेंटिनल्स XLG.
Alt gained, alt popped for something to check in towards B and C link. And then the rest
तुम घर पहुंच गया? कि मुंबई के रांची रुका हुआ है? अभी कहाँ रांची? हाँ ना सुने नहीं हम.
Very befuddled right now. This is the team that has handled PHYPERX with not ease but some confidence.
या रांची अभी रुका हुआ? तो जोर से बोलो थोड़ा, सुना ही नहीं दिया था. अरे तेरे कितना लोग इनवाइट किया था, हम गेम में है खाली. गेम खुला हुआ है, एक्सेप्ट किसी का नहीं कर रहे.
Once again, G2 pushing forward, this time committing to the rubble control. They will be able to force the aura away. The pit immediately going to be invested here from Leaf, looking to try to make them reroute. And the Hunter's Fury similarly trying to catch them on the entry. The PHYPERX, they do.
अरे बैटमैन को ले गया.
Let's get struck down. Solid kill, top of the door. Forsaken to reposition. Grabs the spike, but for now, G2 in control. These players siphoned over towards the A site where Valorant still sat here on top of rubble just with the stinger, but if anybody can get value at that range, of course is going to be him. Knocked out, try to whittle away at them. TP4, the paranoia.
अरे ट्रेंड कवर कर दिया.
Valo now the repeat, gets his vision back. He's able to find Forsaken. Jing just with a 1 kill in reply. Gets knocked down to 37 HP.
Jing immediately checking their flank. Sometimes G2 will make quick rotations. If there's any space open on the map, this may already be sort of a save position here for PHYPERX. We'll have to see.
30 seconds left.
That spike out in the open, no smokes to utilize. It's dangerous. Divide does grab it, but I don't know. There's just not enough time.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, no information of what awaits them beyond the doors. We'll just stay clustered together, hold on to these weapons. Economy on the rest of the players
10
otherwise
seconds left.
decently strong for G2 though. Very much a must-win round as they go ahead and have 4 players surviving off the back of Trent's timings being so damn clean. G2
सही है भाई, इसका सुबह का टाइमिंग बहुत खतरनाक है G2 का.
And Trent, just such a good player.
देखा था उस पिछले राउंड में भी जो मारा था.
One of the best on the planet at that agent in the previous patch.
काजी है कि चला गया तुम, है तो अभी.
Quintessential agent. He's stepping in and finding value when he needs to. Valen up on top of a stinger, doing some real damage. But that's just a classic round there from G2. Take 8 rubble control, you pop the pit on the other side, and you force your opponents into some really tough decisions to make because you don't have any map control. You're gonna have to find ways to fight out of it. PHYPERX here already spamming Valen off that angle. Want to take Mound. They have successfully done so apparently.
3 बंदे B पे.
G2 on the B side.
एक CA के.
They're going to use the drone to clear. Maybe heard here. Either side of PHYPERX. In fact, they're going to be the ones to open the door. G2 backing off. They don't like the lack of vision that they have. They were just trying to play for a pinch, I believe, on the mound. PHYPERX continued in that direction. Now PHYPERX has that nightfall. Jing close to a showstopper. Clear open the site pretty well. Here they go.
the site for free, relatively cleanly. G2 playing back, playing respectful. Clone eating the shots. Paranoia, however, connecting on the multiple players. Shove them back. Allows G2 try to get clustered together. Nightfall, I think gonna be a bit of a whiff here.
That's what that push out was for.
Going onto the corner, relay bolt gonna be connecting something. Pretty much stuck here in position. And Jogamo cleans up too. Forsaken doing his damage to try to keep his teammate protected, but he cannot make it happen. The slide in divide. Cuts down the neon, but Trent finds Jing up over top of the box. A 2v4 now. Has to swing out, and Patman's only gonna be good for one. Fault line does not connect. As Divide tries to split his aim. G2 continuing to run this back 2 rounds in a row. 1 round separating from tying it up.
G2 masterfully dodging that Nightfall was so impactful in that round. And then anticipating the crossfire setup that something got stuck into. Forsaken had to come to try to bail him out. And they're so ready for it. And the double swing there. Nice little jiggle peek from Jonah P as well. Really well thought out and coordinated by G2. Understanding what that aggressive push out by PHYPERX was all about. You just need a paranoia to back it off, a pause to dodge the Nightfall. Now it's going to be PHYPERX's turn to take a timeout. G2 has closed the gap to just 1 round. PHYPERX needs to start trying to find some answers.
Match found.
Looking at these early advantages.
खाने लेके आता हूँ.
Death match. Warm up.
They're spending a lot of money here. Even buying up to a Guardian for something. A lot of half armors.
Going out.
Have to try to find ways to get this done. Jing! Oh, that was so close.
Bounds across in towards the corner. Swings out. Valen continuing the challenge here. Continuing to try to find that kill. Not going to be cleared. Valen will concede the angle. Allows for Jing to stay alive here for the moment. Tap of the door. Gate crash back into a lobby. It's like PHYPERX trying to see if they can catch somebody along the sight line. Speaking of which, Jogamo off at the ready. Swings in. It's going to be a quick 1-for-1. As Forsaken does get the headshot to answer back. The neon on the floor. 4v4. Jing though, just 32 health. Second hand here for Patman. They juggle it over. Answer's gonna be no, so Showstopper not going to be built up, but a rare little oopsie from Trent on the shock dart.
Spike planted.
Unable to find an initial chip value.
Vice Wall gets tripped.
क्या हो रहा है प्रिंस?
It's gonna let him know that there's a
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
should be Divide's responsibility.
प्रिंस बैठा हुआ है. म्यूट करके बैठा हुआ है तुम डिस्कॉर्ड का माइक.
It's gonna come down to timing for Leaf.
Sent, nothing spotted.
क्या हुआ? क्या बोल रहा था? रिक्वेस्ट भेज रहा है तुम?
At the ready. Gets rid of the flanker. The time starting to dwindle. The swing out. The instant headshot. The spray down. Trent answering back though.
वे थ्रो मत करो भाई ऐसे. 2v2 है. नाइस राउंड चलो.
They have him split. And PHYPERX's timeout delivers another round win.
2 राउंडर बस 2 राउंड चाहिए भाई PHYPERX को.
The tied scoreline.
And it's a little bit similar to their pistol round, where they're going to use something early to get to that tree door to open it. But this time he TP's back, they go for a stacked push. And that's a great call because they're able to shut that operator of Jogamo down and open up the site for themselves. Just some great ring around the rosy here. Forsaken and Jing in lockstep there. That duo, so good together. Played together for so long.
Side forward, Jogamo. An aggressive play takes Jing out of the equation. That's that showstopper once again, not needing to be a concern. Players bounding through the door, trails. Telling the story here for Devi. He will just stay in position, just in front of B. Something pushed up forward, finds one, gets his, gets out.
You can see with this Vice Wall, they were playing to B or C the
Match के बाद.
And G2 has completely misread it, expecting.
Is in so deep.
Yeah, they were expecting PHYPERX.
खाना लाने जाते हैं, खाना लेके आते हैं, खाना भी खा लेंगे.
PHYPERX wisely changing up strategies here. And they're going to have info on the lurk potentially, and this is going to have to be pretty pacey from G2. It's going to take them a long time to get to the other side of the map.
Both teams just worlds apart. Curious if Forsaken tries to send them from the shadows, go for a scout here, but now near wall is there, cuts him off.
So sub backstab आया है. By sub.
Goes sliding forward towards that one-way smoke. Steel guarded. Sent here in anticipation. We'll find the weapons of the two on the opposite side of the door. Recon going to be cleared out. This fault line does not connect onto something. Aftershock. He's already swung out forward. He's already got the headshot. Goes to the something swing.
Nice round.
It's magic. PHYPERX up 12-9. One away from knocking G2 into the lower bracket.
This is just really good calling from PHYPERX. Round-to-round changes are absolutely befuddling G2. They're seeing a very different PHYPERX today. It isn't just full-on early committals. The first side of contact not always going to be where PHYPERX is going to go. Something with these early lurks on the Yoru have been giving them fits. And G2 is going to pop what could be their final time out of the match.
And that is something that we were not seeing versus Team Liquid. It was something regularly getting punished off the rip, misjudging how much free space he had, pushing forward into C, trying to find those cams, trying to clear that utility, and then just getting picked off, completely unawares of his surroundings. This has been something that we've known and loved for quite some time. He's finding that impact on the regular, right there alongside Jing, who is leading the lobby. A big bounce back from what we saw. For G2 now, though, an all-in send. 3 rounds needed in a row to take this into overtime and do what Liquid could not, as they look to try to extend this over into a third and final map to still have an opportunity to keep themselves in this upper bracket.
And a couple big ults to play with in this round. You've got that Hunter's Fury, you've got the Rolling Thunder. Trent has been so on point with these Hunter's Furies. He's always seemingly good for one.
He has been, but that thrifty impact, that forced buy, hasn't been getting as much value for G2. It needs to right here, or it's all going to come to an end. Outlaw in the hands of something. TP, top of rubble, opts to not stick around, doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Backs off, and they're able to avoid the gamble here from G2. Plant will provide a nightfall for Patman. Showstopper at the ready for Jing. The Rolling Thunder out the door, looking to shove them back. Smoke gets cycled in with the Hunter's Fury, able to find its value. Forsaken's going to be taken down, Showstopper lobbed in to no avail. Something does manage to find one, Jonah P going to be traded out. In the end, as the dust settles, it's a 4v4. But G2 have successfully staved them off.
Yeah, this Outlaw, there's 3 players left with 50 armor. So it isn't going to kill anybody in one shot except Valen. So this buy, see if something can still get value out of it. Another great lineup there by G2, just pushing for that space to get the easy angle with the Hunter's Fury onto that choke point that PHYPERX is trying to force their way through, but it's going to be a spot onto something.
He's by himself. Leaf trying to reposition.
अरे good night. ये क्या बात हुआ भाई? How discord हो?
On the closer angle, something looking for the second shot. Wow, able to find him in the end. In the head is Jogamo, similarly tearing them apart. Outside of A, the swing in, Devi, winning the fight. The time is just not quite there. Trent will get the pick, and that is going to be the round over. Nothing more than something could do. Just 2 HP. G2, they will scrape by with the win. They find their stability. The ult usage is perfect. And now they need 2 more rounds to take this into OT.
This is a great call here from G2. Willingly giving up space on C to set up for this ult combo. Who works a treat, and then just PHYPERX just kind of not accounting for somebody being at the door. And yeah, They're just walking right by it, not even checking it. And that's a tilter for sure. You're also giving G2 the ability to get some guns into this round. They get a little bit of their economy back. Leaf is going to have a judge. PHYPERX is a little bit scattered.
Stinger and a Bulldog in the mix, plenty of half armors. Be a great time for Jogamo to try to go for that outlaw, but wants to play pacey. Speaking of which, Dimensional Drift immediately sent here from something. Bounding out of it, Shorty's in hand, he finds Jonah P. Jogamo taken down by Jing. Trent pushing forward, able to find one, but he's quickly overwhelmed. A 2v4 with Leaf for the judge. It's Valen fighting one, fighting two, fighting three. Valen! The captain, the IGL, the Omen God, looking to keep them in it, and he has it! The 4K, the dominance! As we are one round away from being taken to overtime.
Another just round where it feels like PHYPERX has a good opportunity, and then one position that they can't beat.
क्या भाई क्या लग रहा है ये तो ओवरटाइम फिर चला जाएगा.
And Valen steps up, and that's got G2 right back into it.
All it has taken to change a map for G2 has been that one play, that one clutch from one player. We saw it from Jogamo, turning the tides on Abyss versus T1 at Bangkok. Valen is hoping that he has done very much the same here for his team as they look to get this into OT.
One away from the Steel Garden for Divide.
Peeking Jogamo, able to spot out multiple players.
He's got that overdrive to boot. That is so scary. Saw what he can do with it earlier.
Blind spray out. No contact found, Patman.
नियॉन का अल्ट भी है, लास्ट राउंड अल्ट मारेगा.
Tap on the door, Jing. One blast pack, the judge in hand. Boombot to try to check. Jogamo pulls off the angle. They look to back away, but a lot of this is on Divide. Spike being planted, finds the first, but he doesn't anticipate the second layer. Turns back.
अबे ट्रेंट भाई.
Something at the same time, able to find Jogamo. And that's going to be a player advantage here for the side of PHYPERX. Hasn't meant a ton for them in these past couple rounds, but the paranoia will stave them off here for the moment. The two-player split, Valen, Trent, in through tree, Jonah P. Checking stairs, watching for a late wraparound. Forsaken on the push, is able to find Valen, traded out. Patman holding close, finds it, and it's all down to Trent.
चलो निकाल लिया.
PHYPERX come to this tournament seeking redemption. And now they can say, you asked for this, you picked us.
The circle of time. From last year to this year, PHYPERX was beaten down by G2, and they find their revenge here, and they go forward into the playoffs. The Pride of Pacific, PHYPERX, will continue on after what looked like it might have been what you could call a heartbreaking loss, or win, excuse me, a heartbreaking win that would have broken some teams, and they came right out here, and they beat one of the favorites to win this event 2-0.
The mirror image, the reflection is inverted. PHYPERX take down G2 and keep themselves in the upper bracket. They will take their bows in front of these elated fans as they have pulled off something that not many people thought was going to happen here today. Do you know what? He's abandoned the train. I'm happy to take the reins. Ladies and gentlemen, all aboard. Choo-choo. Full steam ahead. As PHYPERX look immaculate. We're going to go ahead and send it down, though, as we will hear from our players in the Verizon post-match interview.
Track by track, this PHYPERX train just keeps moving, and as they pick up their first win here at playoffs, I'm going to try and grab Divide over here for a quick interview. Hello, come and join me, come and join me. Come and stand over here. First of all, congratulations, Divide. You get your revenge on G2, you pick up this massive win here, but my question to you is, how did you mentally recover what happened against Team Liquid? Because often that is the most difficult part.
I mean, after the Liquid game, it wasn't easy, I would say. we went back and we had a team talk, and everyone was saying their parts, and we tried to understand from each other's POV, and from there we worked on that, because we knew that coming to the playoff is not gonna be easier than the Swiss, you know.
What was your reaction when you saw the G2 pick Lotus? Because it's still a little bit traumatic, right?
I mean, we kind of knew that when G2 got the third pick, they're gonna choose us, because I think at the moment everyone wanna avoid Genji, so we knew that G2 gonna pick on them in that moment. But I mean, you can't really complain much. You just have to work harder, and the better team win, you know.
When it comes to the conductors of the PHYPERX train, there's a few of them, but I want to ask about Mini, because throughout stage 1 back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it on individually, especially on CT. I mean on defense. So yeah, I mean it's working out great, and hopefully even though we close out 2-0 today, I'm pretty sure there's some notes that we can work on. So yeah, can't wait to go back and read his notes.
Well, what notes did he give you specifically? What did he say you need to do?
I mean, usually for me, he just focus on the ulti, because sometimes I don't really use the ulti much because I was lurking and stuff. So yeah, just the utility wise.
Very last question. 3 Pacific team in the playoffs. A lot of people underestimate your region. So what is it about Pacific that you think is so strong right now and is better than the other regions?
I think, I mean, every region has good aim and stuff, but I would say just in terms of aggressiveness, I think the Pacific play better in terms of the other region when it comes to good day, you know. So yeah, I think in terms of aggressive. Yeah.
Well, it's a very good day today, Devi. Thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you again in a couple of days. Up next, XLG versus Sen. Don't go anywhere.
Dale, vi. Kani ke chalo le?
My ultimate's ready.
My ult's ready.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Toronto, and it's time for our second match of playoffs. It's the China #1 seed, XLG Esports, facing off against the America's very own Sentinels. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, back on the desk. We got Kuka and Mimi. We're going to get into video games for a little while. Thank you. Look, it's gonna be great. I'm excited because we got
from the map pool. But I want to go back and again and think about how you were saying this is a Cinderella story. We cannot forget that even though, and it's so weird, they are the first seed, we would be very surprised to see XLG making a real good showing here in Toronto, making it to the finals, even though they're that top seed. In many occasions, we've spoken about teams, oh, they were able to dodge this team and this team, so maybe they were lucky enough to get in the position that they are. It is not the case for XLG.
Yeah.
But they are coming in with a substitute playing on the roster. YOU is not going to be here for Masters Toronto, so they've had to bring up MIDI onto the team. And this is tough for any team to have to make a substitution coming into a main event like this. But I think it's especially true when it is a team who all of their players are coming and having this experience at a global event for the very first time.
Yeah, it kind of trips me up too, because like XLG, this is the debut for them. They chose Sentinels.
That is so crazy, the fact that they could choose
Match found.
against any of the 4 teams that made it out of the Swiss stage. And there was no doubt in their minds they wanted to go up against Sentinels. But again, Mimi, I think that we have to go back a little bit into what you were saying, not having, well, you having MIDI coming in, a player that does not have that much experience. And yes, we could say that for some of the players in this team, but especially having that change coming into this new meta, knowing the Tejo usage that already the team had, plus MIDI being a player that mostly has been playing on the Tejo, leaves us with a lot of questions, right?
Yeah, if you look at this XLG team, I think the most simple way to sum up how they play is they are a squad that is built around letting Rarga thrive.
Yeah.
He is their star player. He had the best stats in pretty much every metric of anyone in China for stage 1. And a lot of their play, especially on the attack side, is just 4-1 lurks with a 4-1 looks with a lurker on one side, and then just setting up a ton of util for Rarga to go in and have these massive rounds.
Yeah.
But that was also in the Breach Teo meta. So now, not only do they have a different initiator player subbing in, but they also have to kind of deal with the changes with the patches coming in, with Teo not being viable anymore. But what I do know is that Rorga should be expected to perform because he was so outstanding in CN.
And look, I'll be honest here, right? Rarga's coming in here with a lot of weight on his shoulders because not only is he coming in with a lot of hype, but also, let's not forget, we just saw the #1 seed America's team lose on stage. Why? Because who knows, maybe PHYPERX had more time in the oven, more time to be able to work on some stuff. Sentinels had that same kind of time as well. And XLG are coming into this one pretty much fresh because they've never played at a global event before. So you're looking to really see Rarga step the hell up and carry this team potential. Not carry, but really shine.
The thing that is definitely going for them is having the extra time to deal with all the things that are against him, like having to change a player, bringing him in, also learning from what the things have, the other things the teams have been doing. But I agree, GB. We have to look at G2 and what had just happened against PHYPERX. I just pray that them picking onto Sentinels without having a single thought about it means that they really have a read on them.
Yeah, I hope so as well. For this team, historically when we've seen non-EDG teams come out of China, a lot of the time people think of a squad like FPX, who was crazy, who had their own super unique style. I think XLG have been playing really normal meta Valorant. They don't play a ton of super out there comps. They've been pretty into the Yoru. They were super into the Teo. They're just a fundamentally sound team with a absolutely excellent
match found.
Best in slot heroes player up there with Kong Kong in CN, and then you have Happyway, who also has had some excellent showings. They don't do a lot of crazy stuff, but they just have great players and solid fundamentals.
Yeah, and those fundamentals are certainly going to be a thing that they'll have to lean on as they take on the Sentinels in just a little bit. But we did get an opportunity to catch up with the player who, by the way, I think top 3 names in the world is one of my favorite fruits. Coconut standing by with Yinsu ahead of his Masters debut. Let's have a listen.
I'm now joined by Coconut from XLG. Now, I think the question on everyone's mind is, being Seed 1, why did you choose Sentinels out of all of the opponents you could have had?
Well, today is our coach Hoyo's birthday, so, we got to give him a good birthday gift.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, and good luck.
I do sincerely hope Coconut got that fist bump. Now, of course, moving forward, though, we have Sentinels who took down 2 Chinese squads to qualify for playoffs, and now they have a shot to shut down the whole freaking region. But of course, I think it's safe to say, Mimi, the road was not a cakewalk for Sen City.
No, they had a pretty rough kickoff, missed out on being able to do that much at Bangkok, going out in the first round at that
stood over so many
but now
corpses.
they come back here. They make another American final, they played some really good Valorant, and it showed up to a global event and made it out of the group stage, which I do think there was questions of how that would go, because they weren't a #1 seed. They didn't have a huge amount of time to prep for this event. They were one of the biggest teams.
Sound sensor up.
Region, but they looked really strong in that region.
One
Listening.
of the players we were just seeing right there was Narrate. I think that the fact that the vibes are back for the side of Sentinel, we know that makes a massive difference for them. But then being along
Sound sensor up.
you qualified out of that group stage, as you're saying, just going up against the other 2 Chinese teams, they could go 3-for-3. Why not? You're Sentinels. That is the way you do things.
Oh, man, yeah, this Sentinel squad comes in with a lot of hype, as they always do.
Enemy spotted A.
We got to go back to the things that we were chatting about before, right? That you got this team that's had time to really put together some stuff here. This is pretty scary. And you also have, as we talk with all these teams, some really, really strong players on the squad. One of those individuals, without a doubt, is got to be Celsius, right? Because this guy is really, and he shaved his head, which, by the way, I'm very proud of him for that. As someone followed the challenge, I feel like he did that in solidarity. But the jokes aside, though, he still has hair, but maybe not for long. Now, of course, so reality is
Enemy spotted A.
Stats, but he can. He's also the guy who's going to be there as the moral support.
Enemy spotted A.
But he did have some really big
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Spike planted.
We have to go to count.
Last player standing.
Tougher games back in America. Played 1-2-1 in the Swiss stage there as well. And not only is
Breach.
he playing so well
Between
on
us,
sides, I think
we have 3 very strong arms, don't we?
He's so good in those solo anchor positions, but he's also bringing huge amounts of energy to the team, keeping them in these matches. When they
Listening.
So long to say, but it's clear Zelsis is
Listening.
to change that.
And let's also see if that momentum can carry out of the Swiss stage. Thinking about them being able to just get up on very, very high highs. If they are able to keep that up for today, they could be having a very flawless tournament up into the grand finals.
Who knows? Who knows? But Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the man himself.
I've got the vibe merchant himself, Zelsis from Sentinels with me today. Zelsis, I really love seeing all of the beautiful friendships you've been able to make throughout this tournament, particularly against some of the CN teams, and now you're running the
No escape.
One enemy remaining.
Varga, I guess, is going to be my bestie. I mean, I'm going to try and get in his head because I think he's like the superstar. So I'm choosing him as my bestie.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you and good luck.
Zelsis has the strategy to get in his opponent's head, but the strategy comes from guys like Chanchuti in the server. But you don't got Teho no more.
Go and meet your maker.
Because guys, I don't really know what to expect.
This party's just begun.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's always weird playing an opponent that doesn't have that history. But for Ron, it's cool to see this kind of come full circle. You moved from Morocco to go to school in Montreal, and then kind of got the opportunity to get into Valorant there. And finally
Sound sensor up.
And then finally got this opportunity with Sam. Went down there.
Sound sensor up.
Full commitment to his career, but now gets to come back to Canada, play another event.
Listening.
And try and push Sentinels through, which I think is such an interesting full circle.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Look at also the where he has come from, where he started to where he is right now, ready to be
No surprises.
IGLs in the world. Time and time again, every single time that we go through this is one of the pivotal parts of Sentinels that you have to deal with. It's not even only about superstars here or not. You need to get
Spike planted.
You want to win against Sentinels.
What were our predictions again for this one?
The only prediction that apparently matters is Achilles.
Yeah,
and
no,
he
I
had
hate that
Sentinels
guy.
winning, so whatever.
Yeah, we think you had Sentinels winning, right?
Barrier deployed.
Last player standing.
So tough to live up to those standards, especially in a new meta.
No escape.
It was also wild too that we didn't even get a all of these players.
One enemy remaining.
Iselin, det är forte. Ultimate ready. I know how to fend for myself.
Last round before the switch.
Buy the best gear before it's too late. Listening. Sound sensor up. Focus.
All right, everyone, this is it. Sentinels, XLG. The Sentinels have an enemy from the VC China region. If you're gonna have to hear
Joke's over! You're dead!
Sensor tripped.
Get out of here. My ult's ready.
like the sensor.
That is
Pull them to their grave! Nothing there. Throwing net.
It's an interesting start. XLG will pick in Sunset. Historically, this has been a fantastic match.
Sunset Lotus Pearl.
Just look back at the previous times this was always a home run for them.
Spike planted.
That was not in the they're going to be confident something on
yeah, and then Sentinels picking onto the Lotus. If I look back and I think about what else were taken, especially on playable.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse the spike. Thanks.
You look at this team, I mean, he's in his for the first time at this scale, away from home. And for Zelda,
Switching sides.
He so comfortable in those positions, trying to...
Their death demands our attention.
Players.
I still think it's wild that XLG picked Sentinels here, but you know what though? I think there had to have been a reason. There had to have been a reason for them, confidence-wise. They felt like they can't take them. I mean, obviously, they said it was a top match, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. But I also think, from a technical perspective, there might be something here that XLG could very well be under the hook to maybe catch Sentinels. Who knows what that could be? But of course, Sentinels, they have a lot of hype here. And what I'm worried about is if that hype begins to die down because XLG starts winning those rounds, how does that play out in the mental? How does that work out in the server? A lot of question marks here.
I think that's where you see the growth from Bangkok to now. Players like John White, like Del.
Yeah, no, very good point there, right?
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Has had. Enemy spotted B. Strangers to go on those teams. So
No escape.
playing for such a long time here, but now Kukuka, XLG, this is it, right? Your debut.
Never going out.
I have mixed thoughts about this sunset. Like I like the fact that they can on the other side, but Sentinels have already had
Pathetic.
Last player standing.
But at the beginning of the day, I felt the same for G2 and PHANTEKS. Like that.
To disappoint. One enemy remaining.
If I had superior, it's because I am.
Match point.
Reina, I think I'm in love.
They have their chance to live up to that. EDG has done in the past.
Oh no, it's the
And
alternate.
competition here,
Shit.
it's like XLG, as they did in the past, kind of going with the
Sorry, did anyone talk here? I was listening to something else.
What?
No, actually, I'm watching VCD, so background में वो आवाज आ रही है, तो I don't know.
I'm waiting for PRX.
PRX won the first round match today, no?
I didn't see.
I was watching. So they beat G2 by 2-0.
Out of charges. Out of charges. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Covering this game.
Bomb body out. Satchel out.
Their brethren, the number one
Satchel out.
in that
Attackers win.
This is who I was meant to be.
trying to get revenge for the other teams from their region.
narratives. we got it in spades over here.
Do you want one narrative?
Hit
This
me
is
with
the
the
first time that we're even going to see mid lane breach on an official. I know that we're speaking about setting the players up and whatnot. Well, this is no why are you.
All right, folks, we're all locked in and we're ready to go. Toronto, let me hear you as we send it over to
What
your
was the rank?
casters.
Okay.
My
Right
coworkers from
करने का
America,
problem है.
Uber and Wyatt.
भाई इमॉर्टल देखे भाई इसका दिखेगा क्या? Cannot see now. Leave it. चलो छोड़. Let's go back here. अभी भी start नहीं हुआ.
8-match win streak. That includes beating Wolves, beating Billy, beating EDG, the biggest favorite to be here, and now replacing them as the Titan of the region for their international debut. First showing for all of these guys.
Let's go. Starting.
Line of defense to redeem a whole region. It is the Wonder Kids from China versus the unredeemed Sentinels. Make some noise, Toronto. Let's get this one started.
Now Sentinels just the other day did debut their Sunset against Billy.
Oh damn.
Curiously, after banning it in their first game against Wolves, they have an all-time
D3.
75%
That's great.
win record on this map.
XLG on the defense here. Raunak gets flashed onto the corner, but Bang is waiting for a coconut chucked a little bit low, but sticks it. Hangs around, and John makes quick work of Midi as well. He looks to try and swing off contacts with coconut. Now Fever and Happyway, neither particularly proximate to the site as Happyway steps up first, going on a little bit of a solo endeavor. Was able to sidestep that relay bolt and aware that Zekken is still on the corner, and eventually there's going to be a multi-swing coming his way. He has to know it. Viva still not here. Happyway's fighting for himself right now.
Viva slowly creeping through the link. No, going to double up. XLG opting to play together.
मजे कर भाई तू गाड़ी दे के मजे कर जा भाई मैं आधा गेम भाई आवाज बंद करके खेल रहा था चिल कर भाई चिल कर भाई देख मैच चल रहा भाई मैच देख रहे थे बस चिल करो जिंदगी में थोड़ा चिल करो चिल वाह मजाक कर रहा दोस्त ठीक है भाई कोई बात नहीं भाई कोई बात नहीं चिल कर भाई मैं चिल मोड में भाई आज कोई लोड नहीं कुछ नहीं भाई अच्छा नहीं भी खेलता क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है दिस गेम स्विफ्ट प्ले खेल रहे भाई कोई टेंशन नहीं जस्ट वॉच सेंटिनल्स क्या बोलूं लूज कुछ तो अलग होगा सेंटिनल्स हार गया तो मजा आएगा because I think they are favorites here.
Astonishingly effective when it comes to the Thrifties. BLG felt it first hand, getting Thrifty 5 times over their last series against XLG.
There is no free round against this team. Raunak, when he picks up that Sheriff, is so dangerous. But what I like from XLG on these rounds is that they play it basically like they still have a full buy.
कौन लो हो गया भाई Valo हो गया भाई वाह
Wants to find a timing with that stinger after the spike's been planted.
And he's heard the obvious rotate through Boba.
There.
Sen, no, Sheila Gaming are coming. What degree do I want to challenge for with the
oh shot Zekken
Zekken's able to cut them down and then happy to walk away. It's on Midi and Coconut. Sheriff for the latter. And Midi says, you know what? Yeah, I think we're probably...
ले ये भी G2 का पिस्टल रखा है
John though would love an early rolling thunder. He's about to get more than he bargained for potentially on this swing out. Yes.
okay Midi took one
That stinger away. Zelsa should be quick enough here to take the kill. Midi will be unaware, not on the line. That's XLG all turned into all dwarves.
Zekken with a couple nice little shots there with that outlaw backside denying the re-entry. Raunak wanted to create some space but was picked off before he could even really get through that. Boba. John gets very close to this rolling thunder. It's looking good for Sen right now. And John has actually picked up that outlaw. They want Zekken with a rifle in his hand so he can be the space creator, get it deep, take strong duels around, with that strong weapon, take duels.
Sen might look to show presence early in mid. That's the standard top mid smoke thrown.
I'm interested to see how effective Midi is going to be in this breach debut for him. Hasn't played it at all with Trace's team this year.
They're going to play off the fault line here. Sentinel starting to make their way on towards this B site. C's thrown in. Happyway is going to be forced to remain in this position. Paranoia though coming through from that Boba direction. That's XLG trying to set something up, but their anchors aren't ready to actually play off of that util.
nice XLG nice round
joins the party, but his team has paved the way.
Look at that from XLG, the way that they all just swing out of that dark cover together. What is so impressive about this team, the fundamentals. Their players are rarely, if ever, caught making individual mistakes, overextending on their own. It's always a double face, a triple face. They love to push out of smokes together. Look at the way that they're able to support Happyway. Really beautiful stuff.
And in that sense, this team is nothing like Billy and Wolves.
Exactly. It's so juxtaposed to how wildly aggro those teams are. Not that they don't up the pace at times, but when you think about a guy like YZ who is just going to extend constantly, XLG are really the opposite.
XLG don't want to try and play for halls here. 2 players in alley. It's an easy position to smoke off. The one way that was a little bit intimidating for them. Happyway wanted to linger. Bank can obviously TP across the side. They've dealt with this tripway here. Comes
क्या हो गया रे? दो आदमी तो कितने लोग बिना 5 स्टैक कैसे खेलोगे बताओ? हाइपटेक कहाँ से बुला ले भाई? एक को शायद बुला ले, अभी स्विफ्ट में थे तो गेम में नहीं है तो उसको बुला सकते हैं, बट फिर भी तो पब्लिक नहीं रहेगा। तुम खेलो खेलो, एक मैच देखिए कम से कम इसका, अच्छा लगा, मैच अच्छा चल रहा है। सेंटिनल्स XLG XLG तेरा चाइना का टीम है, पहली बार क्वालिफाई किया।
Perfect swing timing. XLG so distracted there. So distracted by Nere to their left.
That Rolling Thunder to deny Ali away from the defenders really hurts them. They've got to put all their eggs in the basket of the push-off link.
A story I saw many times watching this team in China is that they would go down early, win an eco, and then come right back barreling into the game. Got a few sheriffs here, Raga with that ghost. Going out. Push down A, take a little space off of this one way that Coconut's got up, standard to control this area.
Always be looking to double or triple up, even in this pistol round. SLG fundamentals have been instrumental in turning them from a 5th, 6th place team in kickoff to by far the #1 seed. Only dropping maps and a cheeky series to BLG. Coconut here caught by the fault line.
Where are you?
They're able to slowly scale into that area given up.
There.
It was after that aforementioned BLG loss that they go on an 8-match win streak. Beating them again. Vivo with the first shot, second in.
Oh, dice out. Yeah, dash. Oh my god.
Now vacant. Throwing the plant over to Narrate. That's going to get him the Nightfall.
That's the kind of training Sentinels had to have into the site like this. No free rounds, no clean rounds against XLG. Zekken will be waiting on this now. Coconut sets up, of course, with a smoke of it all to be made. And that does leave Zekken as the sole player in the site. It's a little bit of a shoulder peek there. Raga not in a position to follow. Okay. Headlong into that one he goes, and Zekken wants a little more. Get away! 10 health in a dream. Of course, that overdrive develops. Fast lane, you'd think would get
Oh my god, yeah.
Perfectly.
A headshot.
It didn't have to be, really, did it?
No, that's a ridiculous overkill. Midi just going to fall to the spike here. Sen will be very content to get out of this round, only dropping a couple weapons. Economy bolstered at this point, and they get Narrate that plant earlier, so he's got the Nightfall for the next buy round.
Sen realize they really have to wager a bit to get into market. They're going to be forced to fight for it fairly doggedly, but the fact that Zekken's been able to get out to 11-2 after 5 rounds, that is exactly what you need from Sentinels. He was really disappointed, Zekken, in his Omen game on Icebox. He just felt like, he was even asked, like, would Tens be proud of you? And he's like, I don't think so. I wasn't proud of it at all. But he feels really, really good about the rest of that series and can't blame him. Fantastic Neon play so far on this Sunset map.
Timeout called by Coach Havoya, who's really been able to, in tandem with Viva IGL, install such a great system that has created a very consistent XLG.
क्या जारविस भाई, गेम खेल लिए?
See what they opt to do out of this. They've gotten a few
हमको लगा गेम खेलने गया था तुम.
when we head back into the game.
This team really benefited from the map pool. They really made it their own.
PRX तो जीत गया भाई.
Stage 1 of China. So, Coach Havoya's had to pivot them.
हम पार्टी क्यों दे भाई? हमको पैसा थोड़ी जिया भाई कोई जीतने का PRX. तुमको भाई पैसा मिला भाई, फिर मिलेगा भाई, फिर भी तुम पार्टी नहीं दिया भाई अभी तक. अच्छा, उससे याद है कुछ ठाकुर बोली तुम भी आ रहा है ना? क्या हो गया तुमको?
I mean, I think they felt like they were honor bound to pick Sentinels. Their entire region would demand it.
अरे शिट, मन देखने बोला था कुछ हम. कुछ नहीं कुछ नहीं कुछ नहीं रे बाबा, चिल.
PRX may be bored here, but Zekin's able to scale back into it. He doesn't even need any help. Narrate gets there. XLG are just cut down. A fertile harvest for Sentinels as they walk into an A-side bereft.
बहुत देर पहले बोल के चला गया, फिर आया हुआ ही नहीं भाई डिस्कॉर्ड पे.
Not perfect from XLG. Trying to jiggle out just a bit. Picked off by Zekin and Narrate by covering both of those angles.
भाई साहब सेल्सियस ए होल्ड कर रहा है. नहीं नहीं, हाँ सही, ए भी होल्ड कर रहा है मतलब. दो बंदे यहाँ बैठे हो. अरे हक दिया रे सेल्सियस.
Being asked about TenZ and Saucy.
Yeah, literally, like, what would Saucy think of this performance? Would TenZ be proud of you? Still, these old legends of the past are being brought up, compared to the current roster. And I do think, I mentioned unredeemed at the start of this game, I do think that a lot of fans are still unsure if they're back on board after the disaster in Bangkok. And you could even suggest, like, what would it take to get people back in Sen City?
Sen really have not been able to earn their flowers yet from the fans, but they are growing closer to that as this tournament goes on. I feel like we're going to be talking about him all game now that he's up to, well, a nice little 13-2. XLG have the 2 rifles they've carried over, picking up a couple light weapons for this half buy. Still so many ultimates to play with. And I'm surprised even that Raunak hasn't thrown that rifle to someone else and just to use the overdrive late.
I must wait a moment. We kind of teased out a little bit early just how dangerous XLG have been on rounds like this in our home region. So far, Sentinels have respected them, focused on their own protocols to clear some of these more dangerous parts of the map. Multi-push into market, for example. It's quite clear they are extending every necessary ounce of respect to their opponents, the #1 seed from China.
Playing quite passive at the moment. They were waiting out any aggression that would come towards A main. Narrates Prowler reclears. Zelsis just holds down the main. Nightfall is going to come through the site. Now Zekin extending through elbow. Second Prowler used to clear all of this out, make it safe for him to get right into this site, take the space for the team.
I love that! Happyway reluctantly gave up elbow as the Util came in wide, but he never really left.
And that's Raunak able to take a clean duel against Bang, who was trying to get through that one-way dark cover. Look at Celsius on an absolutely mad flank. He was just chilling in B main. And now John looks like he wants to get out of the dodge from Jordan.
Match has started already.
Into spawn he goes. Coconut with only a sheriff.
को बताते हैं.
Zelsis could be somewhere close by. Perhaps not that close. Cyber Cage there for Zelsis. He might look to play around that neural theft.
PRX. Yes, 2-0.
Zelsis would have to try and salvage Raunak. He needs to find Raunak, but he's run off. There's no chance for Sen in this round.
He's just on the run with the movement. Catching off the spike in mid. John was operating
5-2.
slowly, a little hesitant to cross. And by that time, XLG have already began to rotate towards that B site. And Raunak just heads up play. I'm gonna just run. There's no way that Zelsis can get this plant down in time.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, Happyway had one of the only 2 rifles around by XLG. And there was a ton of util to force him out of bed, right?
Yes! They are playing.
And then found a bizarre moment just to spring back in.
That instant snap onto the second, milliseconds.
See, they are playing Neon, no? दोनों team Neon खेल रही है, तो Neon के साथ Breach is a good pick.
There's a wild TP forward from Coconut. Pinged out though, they've heard it. Coconut by no means is committed here, but look at XLG fighting for mid. They've got Raga up there in the middle as well.
Gecko single खेलने पे Gecko is good, मतलब fine. But people are not playing Sing. भाई साहब, Zekin is. Zelsis नहीं भाई, Zekin cracked खेल रहा है भाई. क्या बोल रहा चांडक? Sentinels का Sentinels. XLG. अब चेंज करने का टाइम. नहीं रहने दो, नहीं चेंज करना. क्या हम देखने वही आए थे? हाँ, हम भी खरीदने वाले थे तो.
economy broken for XLG. Zekken feigning some presence towards A main.
Zekken 15-3 जा रहा है भाई 15-3-3 2-6 राउंड अभी चल रहा है इसमें.
Lot of space with that hero rifle. Look at him all the way down tiles. He just sent it. Sen now pivoting into B main. Break the cam. They want to accelerate off the back of this. There's no one to really anchor here for XLG. Maybe Midi can hit another lucky headshot.
अरे घर पे मम्मी लोग आई हुई है तो
Seem likely at all.
I mean, look at Johnny's also got this rolling thunder to punish a potential flood back in from these sheriffs.
बोलता कल से चिल्लाएंगे.
Clearly realized the time for Subtlety is well and truly over. Now drone Zekken wants to get ahead, but this is a little bit dangerous. He's able to back off the line. Here comes a rolling thunder. Narrate trying to.
वही वाला 12,000 वाला जो कंपनी दिया था पहले. लॉजिटेक का था कुछ. ओह शॉट बैंग एस लेगा. कौन एंडरसन? ओह अच्छा. हम लोग यहाँ पे गेम का बात कर रहे थे तो अचानक क्रिकेट ले आया ना तो इसलिए हम उसमें चले गए. मतलब कौन सा एंडरसन का बात कर रहे थे? हम सोचे कि हाँ चलो वाइटलिटी ब्लास्ट मेरे दिमाग में एक बार को आया नहीं था क्या है. हम सोचे कोई गेम का बात कर रहा है. फिर तुम जैसे सेम चैनल बोला अच्छा यूके का जो है वाइटलिटी यूके या स्कॉटलैंड का है ना. कहाँ का है वो? हाँ भाई यूके ही हुआ ना. इंग्लैंड. हाँ वैसे नहीं बट ऐसे हाँ ठीक. England is part of UK. UK is not part of England. I know that, but फिर भी. अब छोड़ दो भाई. टीम लिक्विड को लेके अब छोड़ दो भाई. उनका कल्याण हो चुका है. इस पर ये नहीं बोला था ना कि लिक्विड जीत जाएगा. ये तो बोला ही नहीं था लिक्विड जीतेगा.
Zekken at least knows Midi's up in mid. Have to assume that Raga is close by. They know they haven't wrapped because that trap line is still intact. This timing is now they know Raga has pushed up tiles. Bangman for info himself.
Trial बाहर हो गया.
Make a decision. Back to B seems to be the call.
हाँ वो तेरा स्विच का.
Sentinels they all opt to get into a B split again. The tripwires still here, going to be very dangerous. Happy way what's saying.
ले मार दिया इजी किल दोनों भाई साहब. लेकिन अब ये मर गया. ओ भाई सही राउंड निकाला है यहाँ पे. Zekken बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा एंट्री निकाला था बट एक ट्रैप गेम बदल दिया. One trap.
And then retreating to play together. When it comes to this site retake, second adding more to the board gets to 17.
देख रहा वॉल बैग में मारा भाई. Yes. मुझे भी नहीं पता था. अभी पता चल रहा ना.
XLG can definitely hang, but they've got a bit of a deficit to work on now. Sen definitely in a position to buy for this round at least.
क्या सेंटिनल्स को बोल रहा है?
This time they show a little bit towards A, where XLG characteristically make use of Raunak to stave any push off.
मैं ऑनेस्टली बता है गेम मजा आएगा. सेंटिनल्स हार गया तो लोअर ब्रैकेट खतरनाक हो जाएगा. तभी ना बोल रहे हैं G2 लोअर ब्रैकेट में है. देख रहे हैं. Yes, G2 lower bracket.
Still a minute on the clock. No reason to force things. Again, dark cover just used to obscure the view from top mid. But it needs to go.
Short रे.
Angle connects the headshot. And now double up backside Midi. That duo.
देखो ये कॉल कौन दे रहा पता है? Zekken दे रहा है. Come back A. Come back A. मर गया देखो. जेकन आया कवर करने बचाने के लिए टीम को। देखो हेडशॉट देखो, हेडशॉट देखो। ओ बच गया। देख रहा भाई जेकन का मूवमेंट देख रहा, खाली मजा आ रहा है देख के।
Got Vivi here trying to shock dart his way on out. Bang! Caught by that one. A whole 46 points of health stripped off of him, and now it's down to Narrate and Zekin, the ladder, who's just too sharp.
देख अभी अभी डैश मारेगा, हमको लग रहा है डैश करेगा। गेम खेल ले। सेंटिनल्स का गेम प्ले देख रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं, एक मैच तो देखिए। हम गेम स्टार्ट करने वाले थे, गेम अपना। मेरा सिस्टम कुछ क्रैश हुआ तो हम बोले चलो एक गेम कुछ और करते हैं, तो एक स्विफ्ट प्ले लगा। अबे गेम क्रैश हुआ, मेरा सिस्टम क्रैश नहीं हुआ, स्ट्रीम तो चालू ही था भाई। क्या हम स्कोरबोर्ड देखेगा, देख के बता तो। जेकन 20 पे है and I see 3 also. 20, 10, 9, 4, 3. देख रहा है चांडक। क्या लवी गेम। जेकन 20 किल्स पे है, ठीक है। जेल से कितना पे था, हमने फिर भूल गया। रुको I'll tell you। हाँ ठीक है, I'll tell you exact। पॉज करके। जेल्सिस 3 पे है, जॉन क्यूटी 10 पे है। 20 के बाद सीधा 10 इज द हाईएस्ट। सॉरी, सामने वाले का 11 इज द हाईएस्ट। 2010 इसके बाद मेरा को यहाँ नहीं दिखाएगा। हैप्पी वे भाई, हैप्पी वे मार रहा है लेकिन। जो भी हो बट हैप्पी है, अच्छा मारा शॉट। बोल रहे ना हैप्पी वे अच्छा शॉट्स ले रहा है। टू वी टू है। ओह नरेट ले लिया, अच्छा खेल। ओह कोकोनट नाइस। चलो 4-8। गुड अप 4-8। भाई हम बोल रहे हैं सेंटिनल्स हारेगा ना, गेम बहुत खतरनाक पलट जाएगा। लेट्स सी क्या नाम था उसका, VLR.GG। हो सकता है। देखो अभी जो सीन है, ये मैच जो जीतेगा उसका मैच होगा पेपर एक्स के साथ, ठीक है। और G2 ये जो हारेगा उसका मैच होगा G2 के साथ। लोअर ब्रैकेट है तो अगर सेंटिनल्स जाता है G2 के साथ, एक टीम का तो वाट लग जाएगा, सेंटिनल्स हारा था फाइनल्स, रीजनल फाइनल हारा था G2 से ही। तो वही तो बोल रहे हैं, वही तो खतरनाक होगा। क्योंकि XLG जाएगा तो हम ये श्योर है G2 निकाल लेगा, ठीक है। कितना उस पर डिपेंड करता है। ₹5 ये तो चुप हो गया भाई, ये तो चुप होने वाला बात हो गया भाई। नौटंकी बोलते क्लियर डॉट। अच्छा, अब ऐसे करने लगोगे? पहले ये पहले बता के करने का होता है ना। चलो ठीक, कर देंगे कुछ। वही देख रहे हैं हम, स्टार्ट देख रहे हैं। स्प्लिट में पैटमैन आया मारा ना वहाँ, पैटमैन मारा था अच्छा। लीफ हैड 4 फर्स्ट किल्स। जिंग सबसे ज्यादा मर रहा था। लोटस में जॉगिमो का फर्स्ट किल देखो 6 है भाई, खतरनाक खुश रहा था वो। इवन दो भाग गए, कहाँ भाग गए? अच्छा है तो अभी गेम में हो। हम्म है, अभी तुम सिस्टम तो लो पहले। तुम सिस्टम लेगा ठीक है, तो ऐसे ही प्रीमियर हो जाएगा भाई, क्यों लोड ले रहा है? तुम्हारे सिस्टम से प्रीमियर खेल लेगा तुम।
He's in the B site while the team is trying to execute onto A.
I don't know if Celsius is aware. Oh, he's not. Happyway's able to get the jump.
मैं वो कहीं लग रहा है पता है, YouTube पे जल्दी दिखा रहा है इस बार। ट्विच का कुछ इशू हुआ है ट्विच पे।
Considered a brilliant but often overlooked player in Raga's shadow.
हाँ इस बार ट्विच पीछे चल रहा है। अभी कितना टाइम हुआ है तेरा वहाँ पे? 26 सेकंड, 25, 24, 23, 4-5 सेकंड का फर्क है। 4-5 सेकंड यूट्यूब आगे चल रहा है।
Second hoping an opportunity might present itself. But XLG disciplined in this post plant.
Midi has a full kit to play with in this post plant. Just ready and be main with the stun.
Aftershock already getting drawn out now. Relay bolt thrown on the side of Happyway, the one who set things up. But all of a sudden, Sentinel's back in with numbers. Midi trying to hold it down. Has 2 flashes to work with. And Raga tucked to his left. Surely you can do something with this. But instead, Narrate just ruins him. John taken down through the smoke. But does he know Bang is on the defuse?
Ooh, clutch भाई, Rarga clutch.
Red Bull clutch in the pistol to close the gap.
He's just like that, so late coming back to the site, forced into a horrific position because the team were just failing to win duels against Sen, spilling back in from Boba. Midi caught awkwardly alone.
बोलो। ये राउंड देखा, ये अभी राउंड देखा ये वाला?
Desperately needed pistol round pickup for
मेरा स्ट्रीम खोल के देखो कम से कम, ये राउंड दिखा जो देखा। अब बोलो, आगे बोलो।
Close one though. Sentinels really in a commanding position.
बोलो चांडा, कुछ बोल रहा था तुम, बोलो।
Fault line player finding a little swing here. Fever at least though not stunned up enough to prevent him
अच्छा
from letting loose these balls with the Spectre. Sentinels feed themselves into the wood chipper. Making for awful good fertilizer out there in LA.
That was a wave of utility, a nice trap set up
okay.
from Sen, but simply not the weapon
हाँ
to
बताओ।
capitalize off of that effort. Celsius
अच्छा नल और नील, हाँ समझ गया जोक।
with little to no hope at this point.
मतलब
did a great job absorbing those swings.
अरे हाँ समझ गए तुम जो बोलना चाहता था, जोक नहीं, समझ गए। दे बिल्ड दैट, वो क्या बोलते हैं, राम सेतु वाला ब्रिज ना। आई नो।
Exactly what XLG need to get back into this half. They know they're right back in the mix.
सेल्सियस सेन वाला क्लासिक दिखा रहा है। हाँ तो क्या करेगा, वन इको राउंड है उनका। इको भी नहीं बोल सकते, बोनस सेव राउंड बोलते हैं।
Just now giving XLG prime opportunity.
मुंह छुपा रहा है भाई उस बर्ड का मुंह छुपा है क्यों पता नहीं
Prime opportunity here for a bonus round pickup from XLG. This buy is pretty solid with a couple fully upgraded rifles. Standard first recon to get towards elbow. Broken, however, and Raga wants to slow down.
यस एक दो खेल रहा है देखो हाँ समझ गया तुम क्या बोलना चाहता था इसलिए बोले हम हाँ वो क्या खेलेगा एक तो खेलेगा ये बिकॉज वो एंगल मतलब ए होल्ड करने के लिए वन हैज टू प्ले दैट एंगल और दूसरा जो एंगल है क्या बोलते हैं मेन जो होता है मेन वाला बंदा मेन और मिड दोनों देख रहा होता है ठीक है हम लोग जब खेलते हैं कोई एल्बो खेलने ही नहीं जाता है तो इस ठीक है अब हाँ ए एल्बो कोई खेलना ही नहीं चाहता है
Likely going to be in a 1vx scenario in a moment.
Working his way into B.
I like that idea. Let himself be pinged, but the timing doesn't quite line up. Celsius realizes, yes, yep, HYPERX is here, as always. Able to get the better of him.
निकालेगा सेंटेंस निकाल देगा सेंटेंस जीतेगा आज जैसा अभी गेम जो चल रहा है उस हिसाब से बताया हम देख रहा है कितना सुंदर खेल रहा है मतलब सेंटेंस है प्लेइंग क्लीन गेम हो रहा है इनका कितना बच गया टाइम कितना हो गया 12:30 ठीक है वॉच पार्टी के बाद बंद कर देंगे और आज गेम नहीं होगा चैट पढ़ रहा है हक दिया रिवील हक दिया ये ऑफिशियल चैट पढ़ रहा है ये सोवा रिवील हगा अभी इवन दो निकाल ले लिया है कंट्रोल बट रिवील हक दिया
into elbow, but it looks like Sentinels want to go for the reclear. The Prowler does connect, but they don't want to overpush this.
This mid pivot for Sentinels is probably expected, but maybe a little earlier than otherwise. Didn't think it would come.
Look at how much util they just threw at Coconut to get him out of there. Aftershock, multiple Prowlers.
Raga spotted down early.
अच्छा अच्छा खेलना होगा मतलब हम क्या बोलना चाह रहे तो मेनी पे खेलते हैं भाई हम लास्ट कब कॉल्ट पे खेलते देखा हमको तुम कौन है भाई वो
Remember, Narrate is in this A side. He's in the A side, creeping up on the Prancer. What a timing! Sentinels looking dynamic here. 2 rounds in a row.
वैसे ऑनेस्टली जिसका नाम लिया हम देखे नहीं है तो आई डोंट नो बट तब हम कमेंट नहीं कर सकते
Talking about in the press conference the other day that back when Sentinels had that tragic showing at Bangkok early in the year, he was so focused on his individual play. And it makes sense. When he was in EU, he was much more of a star with KREO. But on Sen, realizing his time has gone on, he just needs to support everyone else. But he still picks his moments. He still wants to find the moments to step up, but he's not forcing it.
He always talks about how strong the voices are on this Sentinels team. Finding your niche a bit harder. It's going to be a fast hit over towards the A side of the map, though. Wide second already on the line. Raunak chunked down at 10. John.
मेरा होता है तो.
The classic 1-2 punch. As the outlaw rings out, it's Narrate again. Always in an awkward spot.
तभी तो बोले.
All of XLG
क्या?
just stuck in elbow. The entire Sentinel scene
खेलने का बात करने के लिए भाई. खेलने के लिए.
On one of these rounds where the opposing team has a depleted economy.
वो चांडक भैया को बोलिए सिस्टम लेंगे क्या तो फिर जाएंगे
Get into the site. There is none of that breach utility.
बैट लेने
Attackers to play off of, and only 2 stingers. And a team on defense that is respecting them enough to hold these lines. Not good chasing kills.
घर में बैट भांजने के लिए भाई हॉकी स्टिक ले लो भाई मजा आएगा या तो बेसबॉल बैट ले लो भाई मस्त हॉकी स्टिक नहीं बेसबॉल बैट ले लो भाई बेसबॉल बैट
ultimates to work with. However, it's likely going to be the exact same case for Sen.
हाँ तभी तो अब और वैलो नहीं होगा वॉच पार्टी चलते चलते सो जाएंगे खत्म होगा होते ही वॉच पार्टी खत्म होते ही सो जाएंगे बंद करके गुड नाइट
To be clear, this of course is XLG's map pick. The map that we don't really see anything of them prior, and have just started to see Sentinels pick this map themselves after banning it in their first game in Toronto.
That was a ridiculous first kill from John. Just spanked the box and caught a headshot on Raga. That is tough.
नहीं एक्चुअली मतलब चाइना लास्ट टाइम इससे जो मास्टर्स चैंपियंस हुआ था उसमें फाइनल्स कौन खेला था कौन कौन था एक तो ईडीजी थी जो जीती ईडीजी वर्सेस कौन था अबे पेपर एक्स नहीं था भाई पेपर एक्स बहुत पहले बाहर हो गया था अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा था जेनजी के साथ हुआ था फाइनल्स या सेंटिनल्स के साथ हुआ था क्या G2 के साथ हुआ था आई थिंक अच्छा हेरिटेक्स का फाइनल था ईडीजी ओके ओके
Coconut had that clutch, but
इसी मैप में सनसेट
really at this point.
अच्छा अभी इसमें हुआ था
Talking about there was the last round was
सनसेट भी गेम हुआ था सनसेट में भी आई रिमेम्बर कांकान भाई ऑप लेके कुछ भी कर रहा था भाई उसमें
And likely XLG's last chance to get into this map in a real way. Absolutely throwing themselves at this. Harness Fury, Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft. Plenty to work with.
देखा जाएगा I have no idea
You know, a recon bolt, a post plant. Something needs to be done to set up those win conditions for XLG.
Dark cover being thrown down there over on the B site just to make it seem like there could be a lurk coming in. Happy Way has certainly been happy to do that on
साइफर ट्रैप्स भाई कितना डीप लगाता है अभी
Oh my god, barely caught twice on the run. Raga's hungry.
Happy Way actually pushed up the left side at the same time, so great explosive moment there for XLG. Again, it's Happy Way and Raga leading the way.
2-3 राउंड हो सकता है XLG निकालेगा बट उससे ज़्यादा नहीं
This could certainly catch someone off guard.
Right with it, but correction he does. God, he's been good here. Trying to back away now. Rolling Thunder comes through from the attack as XLG want to disrupt Sentinels as they make this push out of Blink. Timing is everything though. Rolling Thunder. God, they're using all of it as well. Nightfall expended now by Sentinels. Mare not quite ready to get up on this line. Good damage though through the wall, and Zeltis has come to the rescue. Now, the Fate can keep moving. Raga is here in halls alongside Viva. Try and keep eyes on this. But that fast lane makes it tough, and Raga's chunked down to 8. These next couple of shots critical for the duelists, so they do get second. But now it's on Viva. 1v2, Zelsis on the line. Viva down to 20, and that'll do it. They've done enough, Sentinels.
एक सेकंड
Just could not extract enough value out of the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury combo that they sent out towards Link. Even stunned up. There it was launched into the air. I thought spotted, but spam never came through. Coconut just fully isolated, wrapped by the flanking Zelsis, encircled, dealt with. And they're trading things out in the 3v2 Sen. They are too clean on this map. It was a bold choice for XLG to take them here. Historically, a home for Sentinels since the John Cutie and Zelsus iteration of this team began. And they are as good as ever. This would require a monumental comeback, but second is too good right now.
In a market that would lease XLG have been able to set up a staging ground. This will leave Zelsus looking a little bit stranded, but do they check this corner? Absolutely not! A freebie for Zelsus, there is Raunak deals with it, but it's electrified play!
क्या ही राउंड निकाला है 13-6.
And on a fundamental level, there's not much of a game. Sentinels, a cut above China's #1.
Second just
Nah, I don't want to watch the second match.
of that game. Had XLG on the back foot the entire time. They were getting constantly.
जीते जाएगा, सेंटिनल जीत जाएगा आराम से. I'm not watching. I'll just play one more Swift. Nah, जीत जाएगा, easy जीतेगा. एक और खेलते हैं फिर I'll go off. ये लोग को भी मिल गया टीम. कौन कौन खेल रहा है देखिए इन लोग का. ओ भाई साहब. Never mind Doctor Who, badass हुआ. Aurangzeb.
Match found.
Split.
You have good taste, my friend.
फिर आगे कुछ कितना ही था. हमको लगा आगे और कुछ बोलोगे. अच्छा ठीक, समझ गए. ले भाई, इतना टाइम क्यों लगा रहा है. I want them to. That is one thing. Second, South Africa यार कुछ तो जीते यार. वही तो बोल रहा है, कुछ तो जीत जाए भाई इन लोग.
Reloading. Reloading. Dropping smokes.
A gift.
Enemy remaining. Flawless.
We crushed them.
Come on, Jet. Me and you, we never lose. Let's do this.
I'll do it if you get an ace this round. Let's go. Or in this entire game.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
Back in a flash.
That's a good
Flawless.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
तो वो अपना अकाउंट को प्लैट नहीं ले जाएगा, तुमको प्लैट डायमंड ले जाने जाएगा।
Oh shit, I lost my padlock.
One down.
Hitting the brakes.
That works.
Front destroyed. Flash! Sorry, bro. Here.
Last player standing.
Oh, it was like a troll from my friend. I was trolling. And then you got used to it. Didn't change.
Last round in the half.
If you're not spending your cash, at least buy me something fancy.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Watch this.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted A. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
I can't see your guy.
I'm out.
Switching sides.
No one's gonna give you what you want.
Work for it.
A gift. No loose ends.
Drop in a smoke.
Careful now.
Spotted A.
Nat 20.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
Thank you for subscribing, Shresht Watchparty. Thank you for the sub, bro.
No peeking.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
पीछे back nine.
Nice.
Here.
Clutch.
What would you all do without me?
Match point.
You're mad, Jet. Damn.
That's a good spot.
They should stop trying.
Enemy spotted A.
Watch your eyes.
Spike planted.
On the bomb.
Dropping smoke.
Last player standing.
You man ready for a light show? Reloaded.
Show yourself, you can.
That works.
Don't miss me too much.
Oh, my ult's ready. Watch this.
I have them.
Enemy spotted B.
Serious? 148 on that. Oh, second. Roll that guy is.
Last player standing.
Teleport's
Spike
ready.
planted.
Read on that. Never mind.
Okay, which gun to pick this time? A gift.
They are so dead.
Yeah, about that. 148. One health.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Fire in the hole!
Sudden death.
I reckon I'll take a tap after that. I've earned it.
बोलो बोलो पहला मैच हाँ ठीक है अब
That's a good spot.
कौन सा मैप है नोटिस में तो रेस खेलेंगे रेस और expected
Right
Gonna fall back here. Out. Slow down.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
रुक जा
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, was that important?
Defenders win.
जी ब्रो श्रेष्ठ वाजपेयी मत बोलना यू आर वुमन आई वाज चेंबर ओके ओके ठीक है भाई कोई बात नहीं भाई एंजॉय करो दिस वाज स्विफ्ट प्ले भाई चिल है इसलिए तो मैं पहले डाल दिया भाई ठीक है कोई बात नहीं मैं सोच रहा हूँ भाई इतना लेट ओमेन क्यों आ रहा है अरे वीसीटी खेलने बैठ गया है क्या हाँ क्या बोलना चाहते हो
You have good taste, my friend.
वो अभी जो टूर्नामेंट वाला चीज जो होता है अभी वीकली मैचेस जो होते हैं वो सब चल रहा है टूर्नामेंट वाला जो मैचेस होता है जिसमें सीधा प्लेऑफ्स वाला सिनेरियो वो लास्ट में होता है एकदम मैं जा रहा क्यों करने अब भाई हैव फन गुड लक श्योर ब्रो थैंक यू फॉर द सब ब्रो अबे निकाल लेगा भाई सेंटिनल्स हम बोल रहे ना क्या बोल रहा है फिर से मैच चला है
Could be enough for XLG to get back into this.
Sees in towards Pip, that is definitely going to catch on the midi, decaying him down, holding in place, and so Viva gets overwhelmed. No chance for midi to try and track there from lower Pip. Gonna have to be a fast play now here from Sentinels, and when midi tries to gum up the works, it's Raga dealt with. And Sentinels give XLG just enough rope to trip themselves.
Zekin on Raze, Zelsi's on Vice, Bang on Omen as usual. John Cutie Viper ले रहा है अच्छा NA is still going double smokes. वाइस जहाँ पे तुम फाइट आइसोलेट करवा सकते हो मतलब एंगल्स है जैसे तुम पर्ल पे खेलते हैं लोग वाइस फ्रैक्चर पे लोग वाइस खेल रहे हैं आजकल ठीक है लोटस पे तो खेल ही रहा है वाइस
Go, go, go!
अब इस पे भी चल जाएगा बिकॉज चोक पॉइंट सिंगल है
That works. A gift.
Here. Here.
The thorns that are littered across that sea site. At the very
Gotta go!
That's a good spot.
I'm out of here. Enemy B. Reloading.
Reload him.
Reloading.
There they are.
standing.
क्या बोल रहा है?
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
I'm out of here.
That works.
हाँ हाँ कहाँ कुछ बोल रहे हैं? मुख्य बोले बस. Okay okay.
Go, go, go.
Watch your eyes!
Enemy B. Enemy spotted. Reloading. Work good. Stop.
Enemy B. Enemy killed.
Get into any of these sites.
नहीं है मैच में है.
Need healing.
Spike down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Want to push for more, going to slide across. Try and get someone to swing off of him. Relay bolt decent. Forces send back.
Y'all better keep up.
They can't stall the relay. They don't have any dark covers. Rolling Thunderbolt comes out. XLG hoping to fight with him, but there wasn't really an opportunity. Decken gets in there, down by Mini Stinger, and Shorty, yeah, we'll get the job done.
Need a drop.
Thanks. Over that baby door direction, but even needs to make a decision here. Can he peek on a time with the two-way
A gift. They are so dead.
Drop. Salamat. Thanks. My ult's not ready. Yep.
That's a good spot.
That's a defusing, even looking a little uncomfortable towards the end of the round.
Yep.
Get that right, but that is 3 in a row from the America squad.
That's simply nothing the XLG IGL can get accomplished. Trapped in baby door. Second just feeling like, damn, I got my showstopper already. I guess I'll just use it to win this anti-half-five. Why not? Free to set things up.
Get lost. Enemy spotted. What?
XLG risk a lot going for the rolling.
This is too fun!
I got the spike.
Early A fight. Fast using that lane to get forward. Sen want none of it. They peel back to the site.
Enemy spotted A.
Down, that duel's out of the way. Happyway leads. It's aggressive, but Banks have a
Attack or die!
Again, defensive trading.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Sen have given up this A side now.
30 seconds left. Last round before the switch.
Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
While his teammate was in the drone.
There we go. There's some of those good fundamentals you're calling on XLG to have. Doing that execute is just scary, chaotic. Center to the outside backside with another great paranoia from Bang.
Salamat. Thanks.
They're able to still
Bring your ult. Need a drop.
fight together.
Salamat. Thanks.
Clear out Zelsus and silence downstairs. Well played.
Spike drop.
Where is Raga?
Enemy B. Yep.
Quiet game.
I got him. Yep.
So far.
Last player standing.
Prepare for hellfire!
Switching sides.
I'm out of here.
Match point.
Fair winds, tight corners. Time to show off, Jet.
That works.
Spike down B.
Take this!
Spike planted.
I'm out of here!
Gotta go! Enemy B. Reloading.
We good.
Need healing.
We good.
Need healing. Need healing. Yeah! Let's bring it back. Need healing. Reloading. Need healing. No.
Yep.
Ah, break's over.
A gift.
Enemy spotted mid.
Taken out. Bye-bye. Okay. Need healing. This way. Watch out. Go, go, go.
Come on, let's go! Someone's B.
One enemy
I win
remaining.
again.
Don't
Go,
start
go, go.
resting. Still work to do.
There. Need a drop. Salamat, thanks. Yep, thank you. Yep. Yep.
That's a good spot.
Fight. Someone's A.
Spike planted.
I'm too far.
Stay down.
I'm out of here. My ult. There we go.
It's you and me.
Running low.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
चलो I think time to switch the stream off. हो गया भाई, सुबह उठना भाई, रोज रोज लेट कर देते हैं चक्कर में. नहीं ग्राउंड क्रिकेट, नहीं ग्राउंड क्रिकेट, उससे भी बड़ा ग्राउंड है भाई. बस यही बात मैं नहीं बताएगा.
They're not sending it. They're letting things come to them, letting the game come to them.
It's the loss of the breach in this comp for Sentinels as well. They have a little bit less to disrupt with. You know, usually the Omen and Breach could double up there with the Duelist, but no fault line here for Sentinels.
Well timed on this pit. Tom throws down to stop any aggression towards C. Drone hoping to be used to clear him out, but he's able to get out of the way. And with the drone expired, you just really can't feel comfortable trying to get through the pit. So this is a pivot back to A where a couple XLG players are inserted.
Is there a timing out of tree to be found for Sentinels? Zekken seems to think so. Door toggled. Bang takes an off angle, turns the flash. That's going to be checked for. Relay bomb comes in, but they're not ready for this. Zekken in the corner. Narrate from Upper.
One enemy
Picture
remaining.
perfect hole from Sentinels. stopping XLG in their tracks.
XLG threw just so much utility into tree, but not getting the connections with it. Relay bolt. I don't believe pings onto anyone there.
No, it goes past them. Onto the side through tree.
Bang just able to assist second, pressed up close.
Oh no, they got pinged off that recon bolt.
The recon connected, the relay did not. Narrates there so fast to pick up heaven. He cuts off the other duo that are trying to wrap into the site on the split from tree and main. And XLG right back onto the eco for what feels like the millionth time in this game. They've had such economic struggles throughout the series.
All right, snapped himself up a big daddy for this round. Odin in the hands of the Fade. Once again, that Vice Viper composition over at the seaside of the map is a little more than XLG would like to see there. Oh, God. All right. Thought Marshall was going to blow some minds there. What can Zekken do here? XLG trying for a bit more of a meticulous approach to this bad buy. Break crosshair with Raga, then follow up on it. Zekken though gets out, he can sniff that something isn't right. Paranoia comes in, but he spaced this out a little bit with his own paint shells. Bought time now for the rest of the defenders. Hunter's Fury deployed onto the map, and XLG have unfettered access now to this B site. John will be forced away by this aftershock.
With some great util from them to get in. Heads up haunt from Narrate. We'll get the positioning of Happyway. The one hero rifle for XLG will have to come up huge with a flank timing, something.
The Paranoia, maybe a seize to let them flood in behind, but they don't have the breach flashes to work with. So far, so good. Still weaker weaponry for the attackers. Paranoia connects, Narrate deals with Happyway, and Viva now takes some pot shots in through that smoke. John has to get on the defuse, but Coconut's already found some damage, a better weapon maybe. It's half. John will be protected by Zekken. 6 defense side rounds for Sentinels. Have to make the coaching booth pleased.
It doesn't get much closer than that. John down to 1 from the shock dart that came through. Had to get off before he could actually hack the spike. That was looking more than dangerous. It seemed that XLG did enough, but Zekken stepping up. 2 isolated 1v1s. XLG not swinging together in that moment. Looked like Viva just couldn't get out wide enough through door, perhaps. Pretty disastrous, so winnable. Slips through their grasp. They've got a full buy. They've got a rolling thunder.
Sin actually throw a more decisive A-side variation. A bit of rubble presence. It doesn't pan out though, XLG or elsewhere. They've got so much, a veritable ton of util to try and fight through it again. You're sliding past the shield wall. Where's the backup supposed to be for Raga?
Early in this half, they were able to get rid of those walls and then work the map, try and go for an execute late. These fast hits are just not going to pan out when you're not getting accurate information on the Vice. You just cannot run into Zelsis setups like that.
Are they assuming that Zelsis is at A again? There's no attempt to force that wall out.
Being forced to teleport away now, so XLG are going to get a bit of control towards Rubble. 40 seconds or so left on the clock. Still rolling thunder in hand. Will there be an opportunity to even use that to try and get back in this round where they're at a man disadvantage?
30 seconds left.
They want to pivot back to C. There's still so much util here. Happyway tries to find a timing. He does get in first, clears out some of the thorns.
Hank Shell could end him though. Nope, Zelsis gets to him first. A com level flank play from Happyway over the course of this map, but he's too low to do anything there at that site. And that's a save here for XLG, whichever way you slice it. They'll have high hopes to make use of this Rolling Thunder overdrive couple in the last round of the half.
That's going to be their only hope, because the cash is lower than low. Raga is going to need to step up this overdrive. He has been so disconnected from the team. It's resulted in his 10 deaths at the moment. This was an issue on Sunset that simply had to be fixed on Lotus. But XLG's willingness to rush some of these hits to try to get in quickly was on 2 occasions on buy rounds, just ultimately ended up in their demise. This is it for them. Raunak has the Bucky with the overdrive at that. They're getting out fast on A. It's Bang actually who's picked up the Odin right now.
No Haunt pings though, nothing yet to play off of.
They have dodged the Prowler that Nerek just sent to get some info, so perhaps some false information. XLG, they want to contact off the back of that Prowler, not connecting, press up a bit far forward. It's a baby door. They want to get into this big site right now. Raunak going forward with the overdrive. Vulnerable up. Can he even find a target? How deep does he want to push?
John still respects it. They try and set up a multi-phase situation. Raunak down to 49. He's got himself 2. And that's going to have to be enough. Shows up for second. Fire! Oh, man! And the paint shells! He's doing it all!
Not only does he stop the plant, but that's the Rolling Thunder gone.
Now Coconut trying to figure out if there's a way to make use of this from the shadows. And instead he goes to the Shadow Realm. Second and Bang are in no hurry. That's after Happyway, who's definitely been the most inspired component of this XLG outfit to try and make this respectable 5 rounds in this first half.
30
If he
seconds
can get
left.
this plant down safely, which he does, will have an opportunity to throw that neural threat. There we go. He knows where to look.
Now sometimes even if you know what's coming, doesn't make it any easier. He's second with 3. And Sand Complete get another 8-4 half on a map they themselves chose, knowing full well that it was XLG's best battleground.
2 of the rounds, XLG earning the pistol and initial anti-eco. By the way, the gun rounds dominant from Sen. They are playing so well today.
Got a quick break here, a chance for XLG to take their breath, and they need it. Stick around and see if this Chinese team can find their feet and composure after this.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
Knocking models, popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it.
Another half that features great strides taken forward by Sentinels in this first game of playoffs. XLG languishing much as they did on Sunset. 4 attack side rounds on Lotus is definitely not what you want to come away with. But Sen have been very, very solid. It's time to talk Coinbase Econ report here, folks. And you can see John QT especially looking very, very good here. But in general, the pressure on Sentinels has felt pretty limited, even in a lot of these higher stakes rounds.
You could just see the distinct difference in the value that the guns have been getting, because on most of, if not, you know, a decent amount of the full buy rounds from XLG resulted in just 5-man running into a site where Zelsis was posted up and everybody just dies. So they're not getting really any value from the guns on those rounds, which unfortunately tells the story of their current state. They still need to wake up. Arga needs to come to life on defense right now. Was finding himself so disconnected from the pack, mostly due to Zelsis on the Vice. 4-11. This is not acceptable right now for XLG's star player who dominated the Chinese region to get here in the first place. They need to come to life, get their heads in the game, shed the nerves away.
We said they had one of their 3 win conditions in that first map and it wasn't enough. This time they got 0. Raunak gets off to a start. Let's see if it's going to be a good one. Zelsis has just had his number the entire game, and this round is no exception. Coconut's on a flank here, but they hear the footsteps, the pitter-patter. Bang is ready for it. Viva
Last player standing.
and steps up. John is just too clean with it. It's on Happy Way, who's not been able to reprise that incredible performance from Sunset. G2 has been a little quiet.
Is it a good idea from XLG? Sure, but the execution falls to pieces. Where are the trades? Where is the good spacing that we saw from them in their run? It just crumbles in that moment. Can Happyway be a hero? Catches John on the cross. Isolated 1v1, but it's one out by Bang. And it feels like that could be the nail being driven into the coffin of XLG. He swings, just disjointed. He's got the flash out, not the gun out. Assist Viva.
Nice, nice. Okay.
Coconuts
We won that round, but
too
better
far
comms than,
ahead
like,
on that initial
micro,
swing.
Like micro comms. Like I'm.
And even though these rounds have been won by Sentinels, you can see they're not fully satisfied. I mean, Kaplan does seem a little bit more relaxed than usual.
He's allowing Qbert to watch the game once again.
He's removed him from the corner, unblindfolded him. So this is, well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. XLG are praying to whatever god they believe in, that Sentinels blunder into the B site. Eventually they're going to have to go hunting themselves. They have 0 info. Outside of this cam that's watching Mound, that so far has yielded nothing. Maybe a multi-push off this B main position, but Happy Way. He had it all to do on that corner with the Sheriff. It'll be tough to pull off.
And with the Cypher pressed up so close there, dying alone. Sentinel, they're just supposed to accelerate into this C site. The rest of XLG with classics only. They're the only one here to deal with them so far. Swing's going to come from Zelsis. Raunak gets 1 trade.
Yeah, the sting is here for Sentinels. Will have plenty of application. Raunak has got a Bulldog to hand currently. There is a the quad stack that XLG tried to set up at the start of the round, just got used against them, albeit with better guns.
That long-range stinger coming into play. It's now or never for XLG. Sentinel's bonus round buy is not incredible. Could certainly imagine a scenario where they want to hit just a fast B execute, get Zekin up close with the stinger, try to get him into heaven off of a double satchel.
He's got a judge.
I'd be shocked to see something like that. Oh, it does switch it up actually. Throws the stinger elsewhere. Maybe exact same plan, but just do it on C. Raunak wants to fight. He loves to fight Mound early. Did this a lot when he was playing Yoru on this map during the Taeho meta, which they were leaning into heavily.
We've seen so much less of that sort of Mound fighting happening here in Toronto in this current meta wire. Sen especially have not gone for those early fights.
Now look, you have that deep cam placed into Mound by Happyway early again. Sentinels are opting to leave Zelsis in this position, keep their options open for a potential pivot back as they want to re-clear towards Mound in this mid-round. Narrate does have a Prowler to get out here, potential Haunt as well. Stun onto Zelsis, they want to isolate this fight. Raunak pushing forward, great double peek. I love that proactivity to find an advantage. That's going to give away the game as well. Look at the rotation from XLG on the top of the map, taking out that Sentinel. They know the hit is going to be coming into A.
Jack has got one job and one job only, but Viva had the stopping power of a Mack truck to take the Raze out of the round. Bang, drill with bullets through the boxes. Narrate getting just the kind of engagement the Stinger player wants. John's actually got a rifle to play with.
Enemy remaining.
He will be the last one standing.
Spike down A.
Right from Prince, John stepped up, knocked it down. Like you mentioned, not a great bonus here from Sen, but XLG get the drop on Zelsis over at Mound, convert to a nice little A retake.
That's exactly why they have that cam there. They get a good little mid-round moment for Happyway to suddenly enter it. Gets the view on Zelsis. But that's just a guy with a stinger. We have Neon, Relay Bolt. Let's just get that fast double peek. Qbert, it's going to be okay.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
Now here we go. Sentinels fully buying up into this. Narrate to the attack side, Odin even. XLG early, triple walk down the mound side. Recon bolt dealt with. Viva takes some damage on the jump spot, but does get the valuable early information.
The XLG, yeah, I mean, this mount position can be effective if you are able to scale off of it. But there's a sheer wall that Zelsus can use to watch for that kind of push behind Sentinels. It will let them know at least in advance that they have a timer against them. Narrate pinged out, so needs to back away to the safest spot possible.
Still waiting.
Got the Odin here, so definitely want to work as many of these corners as possible. In fact, the B side was just the one for that. This door toggle, Zelsus has to call this quickly. He's able to avoid the paranoia, but he doesn't want to take this fight.
They've left second all the way over and tree on A, by the way, as they're trying to get stuff. Raunak again able to find an opener. And it's a pivot back as Second is just taking this forward position. Can Hathaway catch him? Yes, he does. Second shot in the side.
Sentia making a couple of rough assumptions. And Narrate is getting involved again with the Odin. No one getting pinged out by that recon. Bang with a smoke on upper, but still no plant. That spike is loose.
This is XLG just taking his time, ready to pounce when the spike gets tapped. 15 seconds left.
He's playing close, and Raka. That is a full Ferrari pick there for Nang.
10
Nicely
seconds.
jumped. 7 seconds left. Still needs to be applied at some point. John taken down by Coconut. Off that push from stairs. And it's all on Bang. Bulldog with Midi and Viva standing in his way. Wraps around, but XLG are doubled up there. They're willing to take 1v1, but Bang's not going to give him a bloody choice. 4 kills with a Red Bull clutch. And then once again, grasp at the next round of playoffs.
XLG just cannot be giving that away this late in the game. Bang, that initial kill, the paranoia into the swing on Raga at Waterfall to bring it into the 3 versus 3. Coconut just swings onto him a little bit early before the players from Heaven could descend into the site. Doesn't wait to play off the fault line or the flash, and he's punished for it. I think this is frankly the best map that Bang has had so far in this tournament. XLG are in so much danger. And at a moment that felt unlosable, there were only 15 seconds on the clock.
And now Sentinel's expecting some form of reprisal from XLG. Very passive, looks over towards the A side. Inching forward on B, Outlaw for Zekken. It's a perfect round for it.
Slow take of Mount using the Prowlers from Narrate. Very passive here as John just trying to ensure that no one from XLG pushes too deep. Second taking the peek, what? Whiffs onto Midi! Rapid sheriff shot.
And then Mini can just have himself an Outlaw. All of a sudden, the weaponry from XLG looks much improved.
That was bold from Zekken. He's swinging potentially into multiple angles where he could have even gone just traded out, but now Midi has picked up the Outlaw. A couple light armor / regen for Sen as they walk towards these trips necessary to break it. Spike is here, and Narrate.
Nightfall now available here for Narrate. Bang also with it from the shadows. A lot to work with, and the spam is going to be deadly from this Odin. A very permeable piece of wall stands between Sen and XLG, and Raga hopes to step up. RYZEN here is definitely going to be respected. Still not yet applied, and Narrate has gone down. The spike is loose. John's going to come forward. It's him and Delsis versus the entirety of XLG's combined might. And Delsis with the spray down gets him there. What an absurd way to end it. Sentinels descend into bloodlust and set up match point.
XLG just need to rush in there, stop the spike from going down. Multiple situations now where there is little to no time on the clock for Sentinel to get the spike down. There's so much excellent pressure from XLG coming in. But things are again disconnected. Coconut just a little bit too fast. The 3 of them not swinging together. Zelsus able to take advantage. The bait of the spike plant tucked into the corner to get the 2-man spray down. Some elation for Kaplan and feeling of desperation for Havoya. XLG are on the precipice of disaster. Sentinels, the cusp of blowing them out on both maps.
What comes next after the Hail Mary, Wyatt? They've run out of rosary beads to clutch onto. XLG throw everything at Sentinels in that round. Everybody, every player gets in there. Raga with the overdrive. And they walk into this round at least with 100's Fury they can work something off of, but send in a post-plant for the game with potentially a Viper's Pit to work with. That is a terrifying prospect.
Sentinels have 7 opportunities to close this out. And the advantage that they're going to have coming into this round feels insurmountable. 1 orb away from a Steel Garden and Showstopper, plus a pit for the post plant. Second just needs to collect an orb somewhere, send it in, route the XLG players. They throw down that Viper's Pit, and it should be all said and done.
A win against Wolves was called Mickey Mouse. Against BLG, Sen weren't really given credit. An easy run to playoffs, they said. Now against the #1 team from China, selected specifically by them. At what point do we start realizing that they're a separate team to what they were last year, giving them that credit? And at what point do they redeem themselves after a shocker in Bangkok?
It's slow from Sen to open things up, expecting that out of the timeout there could have been an incredibly proactive play from the defenders, pushing at them. It's Raga alone in mount. Danger as Celsius does spot him out. As you mentioned, this Hunter's Fury available. That could be the crux of XLG winning this and staying in the game.
There's the smoke. This might be a pretty quick one. Sen really angling for a powerful post plant with a Viper's Pit in the mix. Coconut feels the pressure. It's immense. Second now with the Showstopper holding on to this for a time. To upper, what's the timing going to be?
30 seconds
able to
left.
avoid it. Here is that Viper's Pit though. All of that retake, U2 going to start to be expended by XLG. They're going to try to find a way into this pit. Coconut done so. Seconds down. Johnny's down and so is the pit. On top of the RYZEN. XLG have found some step, but Bang and Narrate still stand in their way. And Bang, careful on the corner. Swing on Raga. Reach low. The slide is good. And now it's Narrate. He'll be revealed in a moment, but he'll do the same. Throw that C's in. Spray around the corner. Raga to half. And out the way. Keeps XLG's head above the surging tides.
Their star duo activate in the 2 versus 2. Look at the way that they take care of Bang on that angle. Varga's movement just baits it out of that position and swings wide. Sliding deep, Happy Way able to capitalize off of Bang's crosshair placement being broken. The first step taken in an arduous journey back into this game. But XLG have managed to, at the very least, put Sen onto an eco. Just given they did so much damage in those prior rounds, they certainly walked away from feeling like they should have even won. Sen, all players stacked up a mount. Prowler gets the info.
What? The long range stinger. Coconut, who stood tall in that last retake, has already fallen. Chance for a gun recovery. Bucky Town is exactly where Raga gets dragged. Narrate is low. It is a rifle pick up for second, and John goes to work. XLG thrust onto the stage, thrust into the spotlight to speak on behalf of their region. Against the juggernaut of Sen that is dispatched their countrymen one by one by one. Now put it all on Viva. Sentinels have no incentive to push off this site whatsoever. They'll await the chime of the victory music. Viva down at 15 is all too much to do for XLG and Sentinels! The Reaper to visit the last door of China. The side quest is done. And it's sunny skies in Sen City as they are the last remaining America's team in the upper bracket.
Absolutely obliterating the top seed from China on their international debut. That's as clean as it gets. Celsius performing so well on the defensive half of the map. You can't help but continue to talk about Second's masterclass Neon on map 1 Sunset. He is playing some of the best in Valorant we have ever seen from one of our all-time stars. And now after this, Sentinels will go up against one of Pacific's monsters in PHYPERX.
That is their reward, Sentinels. They know exactly what's coming. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. They single-handedly dispatched an entire region from this tournament. And we're going to head down to Yinsu at the stage, standing by with Zekin for the VERYZEN post-match interview.
Toronto, let's make some noise for the winners of this match. It's Sentinels! Whilst I let Zelsis come and hype you guys up for a bit, I'm going to grab Zekin for a quick interview. Come and join me, Zekin. First of all, congratulations. Now, you were picked first out of Swiss stage. Did that surprise you at all? Did it make you feel extra motivated to try and prove them wrong?
No, I wasn't really surprised. I thought they were going to try and avenge their brothers, so I kind of expected it, and I was looking forward to the match. I thought it was going to be a lot of fun.
Now, your coach, after map 1, said there were some similarities between XLG and Wolves and Billy, but he ultimately felt like it was actually an easier matchup on stage once the things got going. Playing there, would you agree now you faced all 3 teams?
I wouldn't say it's easier, it's just a little bit different. I think compared to Wolves and Billy, they play a little bit more standard, so it was something that we were a bit more used to, but definitely not easier. They're still really good.
Do you think when it comes to your current playstyle, would it be stronger or weaker against some shenanigans? Because your next opponent, there's going to be some shenanigans.
I hope stronger. I really hope so. But, I mean, we've faced a lot of shenanigans so far, so I hope we can keep dealing with it.
And speaking of them, PHYPERX, they're looking super, super strong on a win streak just like you. How do you stop that train?
It's hard. You just got to hit your shots and be ready for them.
That's it?
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, everyone says that though. Everyone's like, you got to out W gaming, and so far no one's managed to do that. So what's going to be different for you guys?
I mean, it's way easier said than done. I mean, we're just going to come in prepared, have a good game plan, and hope to play a good match. That's pretty much it.
Well, when it comes to the shooting, you just look so great right now, Zekin. Peak performance. How would you compare this currently for you on your team when it comes to the freedom and the way they support you to the tournaments like Madrid, to Champs? Do you feel like you're getting better?
I feel like I'm getting better. I think the support I'm receiving is pretty similar to last year. I feel really, really comfortable on the stage. I just hope that I can keep shooting, and you know, I got really great teammates behind me, so it's a lot of fun.
Love it from you. Thank you so much, Zek, and congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days. But don't worry, you guys, the playoffs action is just getting started.
Always great to hear from Zekin there. And of course, thank you, Yinsu, for that. We're going to have Zelsis join us on the stage in just a little bit. Saw him signing some autographs back there. He'll be back, and we'll be chatting with him in a few. But for now, though, let's actually talk about what we just saw, talk about Sentinel's performance there, because Mimi, they walk out of this one with a 2-0, looking dominant to close out the day.
Yeah, this is a super clean game for Sen. They've completed the hat trick now. All 3 Chinese teams beaten to start their run here in Toronto. And I mean, Zekin was incredible today. The team looked really on point. It was clear they were really focusing on keeping good spacing, being on top of their trading. All of those fundamentals looked absolutely perfect, and they're going to be hot going into that next game against PRX.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Zelsis in a few here when he joins us and get a little bit more of his thoughts regarding Sentinel's performance there. But for now, though, I do want to touch a little bit on XLG and what's been going on there, because it does feel like I was talking to some fans. We were watching the games out in the crowd, and you know, I think the vibe was more like, oh yeah, you know, this is going to be a tough match. Sentinel's a really good team, but also they had so many things working against them coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with a substitute player. Everyone on your roster is making their global debut, and as a team, that's a lot of pressure to come under, especially when you're playing a team like Sentinels, who brings a lot of energy to the stage, who has a ton of experience in that way. So yeah, it was definitely a tough one for them, and not a lot of time to bounce back in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it was a tough one without a doubt. Of course, XLG, they'll have another opportunity to be able to, well, keep themselves alive in this competition, but I think we might be ready to go. Yes, we are. Zelsis is here with us on the stage. Zelsis, my friend, good to see you, buddy.
Hello.
Yeah, well, first things first.
Hello. Can I get some noise in the house?
Dude, all I'm going to say is this. Shave your head.
Hey, I'm back. It's the bald buff.
You get it. You get it. And look, while you may not be follically challenged like yours truly, don't get it twisted. All right, you're playing incredible out there. How does it feel to play with this team on this stage and the journey you guys have gone through the Swiss stage up until now?
I think we've been progressing at a very fast rate. It makes me very happy. That was like our thing with this roster was as long as we're progressing, we're doing right. I think for us, we've kind of hit like a honeymoon, but like we're like a consistent honeymoon.
Okay.
I think the vibes are immaculate. I think everyone's playing well.
Where's the honeymoon at, if you don't mind me asking?
Toronto.
Toronto.
Beautiful place.
It's a good destination.
Yeah, there it is.
Great destination.
There it is.
So, yeah, it's just good vibes, and it's nice. It's nice to be able to pull the wins like we're doing. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it seems very different from the vibe of the team and obviously how things went at Bangkok, going out 2-0 in that tournament. There's been a lot of talk about what the team did to improve after that. But how about you as a player, both in-game and as a teammate? What did you focus on after that kind of failure in Thailand to now come back to another Masters in Toronto?
I think for me individually, I was just kind of like, not like sad, but I just like wasn't mentally there fully in the tournament. It was kind of like a weird tournament for me. And I told myself I didn't want any regrets going to future tournaments. So I'm just kind of, just super hyped, super energetic with the crowd. It's amazing to be able to have like the home crowd to support us. And, with the guys, we're all vibing even more. And I think a main thing is we're focusing on having fun together rather than, just grinding scrims, grinding practice, getting mad at each other, like mistakes, things like that. Like when we do scrims, even if we're getting owned, we're just kind of like, okay, it's fine, like whatever, it doesn't matter. Like as long as we're running the setups and as long as we're doing that and we all remember them, then that's a win for us in scrims, and I think that's a big thing for us.
Yeah, you look really in your element on the stage. Like you always stand up, you always bring the energy, but it seems like it's been especially so at this event. Last time you got to play at a global tournament in front of an NA crowd was like 2 years ago at Champion. So it's been a long time to now come back and get to have that opportunity again. How has that been as someone like you who's known for being a presence on the stage?
It's definitely amazing. Like, I mean, we're always usually the fan favorites no matter where we go, but like North America, I mean, it's different here. You know what I mean, like it's that energy that it feels that different. So I'm just having a great time.
To focus on the matchup that you guys just had there, XLG picks you guys first. What did you guys think when you saw that? Were you like, wait a minute, are they something could be happening here? Are they like sandbagging or something? Or what would you make of that? Or did you just feel like it was going to be confidence no matter what?
I mean, it was going to be confidence no matter what. But someone told me, I don't know if it was Kaplan, but someone told me their coach tweeted it was a dream that they picked us. I guess it's not a dream. It's more like a nightmare, right? So, but I mean, we finished the Chinese gauntlet run, and we own that region. So,
and now you won't be able to go there. So there you go. You did it.
Hey.
Just messing with you. Of course, so man, want to leave you off on shout outs. Give shout out to the community, your teammates, whatever you want to do, bud.
I love my team. I love the support. Thank you guys for all the fans, the crowd, and everything like that. I think it's amazing. Make sure you guys get your hockey jerseys and buy the Sentinels bundle.
That jersey is pretty sick, by the way. Shout out to the team for making that one. Let's actually go ahead, though, before we close things out, take a look at our playoffs bracket. It's in the books here, Mimi, and we have our teams moving forward, PHYPERX and Sentinels.
What do you think about playing against PHYPERX, Jordan? Because it's kind of a weird team. Everyone always thinks they can shut them down easily. Clearly didn't go G2's way in that matchup.
PHYPERX, I'm really glad they're finding success. I love PHYPERX. I love the guys there. I think they're a great team. But, they can win a game very easily and give it right back very easily. So, it's going to be a fun series either way.
Hopefully they're just, giving it to you guys.
Yeah, hopefully they just give it to us. But, you never know what you're going to get from PHYPERX. Yeah. It's just so funny watching them and Alex, because Alex is just like, raging on the mic or whatever.
I mean, depending on how you guys play, Kaplan's looking like that.
Yeah, it's going to go back and forth.
There was a point where Kaplan was clutching the cube and was
squishing cube.
Yeah, it was very, you could tell, a lot of sorrow, a lot of fear.
You guys got eco'd, he took the little hat and covered Kubert's eyes, so he didn't have to see.
That's so cute.
He did. It was actually content. It was really well done. Well done. Hey, well, look, guys, we have plenty more matches still to come here. Of course, we have 2 more on the docket for you all tomorrow. We're going to be seeing more teams. Our number 1 seeds, Fnatic, Gen G, are going to be taking the stage. Mimi, help me out with the other one because I'm old.
RRQ is playing against Wolves.
That's my GOAT right there. Every single time clutching it up. So those are your matchups for tomorrow. And of course, we'll be seeing Sentinels later on in the brackets. Else, it's always a pleasure, buddy.
Thank you.
Whether we're doing it
also,
in LA.
You're young, by the way. You're not old.
Thank you.
You look a young 27.
Oh my, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So helpful.
Well, that's basically the best thing that's ever happened to me today. So, all right, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'm going to go out there and party like a 27-year-old. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for plenty more Valorant action live from Toronto. See you then. kick off the playoffs here in Toronto. And we're starting it with G2 Esports versus PHYPERX, a rematch from Master Shanghai.
Divide, Jing, we're gonna try to hold this line. Jing able to find one. Last packs across the way, gets out towards safety. Paint shells to try to buy some space and some time. If he finds another kill, would be a showstopper online for him, but he's not gonna be able to get it. Leaf strikes him down. Patman now having to do everything. He cannot make it happen. 7-5, G2 all alone now. Just Patman with everything to do. Swing on the corner, finds the first. The Haunt gonna be sent. Re-swings, clears out Leaf. Prowler at the ready. Trent in front, and Patman is him! Not checking this, not ready for it. Gets caught, goes down. Jonathan gets ready to Divide, able to go ahead and equalize it at a 3v3. He's hit by the paranoia, but he's not the player at risk. Divide finding another, but now it is all on something. Knows Leaf's position, knows he's there above, but Leaf seemingly does not have the read. And this time, OT will not be found. PHYPERX take down G2 on their map pick of Split. A lot of aggressive space taken off of this one. Wall raised, and he's just gonna go pushing forward. Finds one, finds two.
What a spot.
Yeah, blind dart through. Clipped by that one, but then TP's forward. Up into the smoke, doesn't check down. Gets the reveal on the Valo though, and we'll be able to hound him down. And my God, Forsaken. A 2v4 with Leap for the judge. It's Valen fighting one, fighting two, fighting three. Valen, the captain, the IGL, the Omen God, looking to keep them in it, and he has it. The 4K. A lot of this is on Divide. Spike being planted, finds the first, but he doesn't anticipate the second layer. Turns back, identifies it, but still loses his life. Forsaken on the push, is able to find Valen, traded out. As Patman holding close, finds it, and it's all down to Trent, and he cannot make it happen. PHYPERX come to this tournament seeking redemption, and now they can say, you asked for this, you picked us.
Sentinels have been on a bit of a side quest here in Toronto, folks. The Chinese team gauntlet ends with the final boss, Xinlai Gaming. But what's crazy about this is they just ascended. Narrow with the shorty, flattened. Braga gets on out there, but Bang steps up for three. Make it four. Not quite the ace, though. Santa still made it a 5-round game.
This would require a monumental comeback, but second is too good right now.
Zelsa's looking a little bit stranded, but do they check this corner? Absolutely not. A freebie for Zelsa as Raga deals with it, but it's electrified play from second. Sentinels, a cut above China's #1. Raga down to 49. He's got himself 2, and that's going to have to be enough. Showstopper for second. Fired, oh man, and the paint shells. What? He's doing it all.
There we go. He knows where to look.
Sometimes even if you know what's coming, doesn't make it any easier. It's second with 3. And Sen complete yet another 8-4 half.
Ready to pounce when the spike gets tapped. 15 seconds left.
He's playing close as Raga. Still needs to be applied at some point. John taken down by Coconut. And it's all on Bang. Bulldog with Midi and Viva standing in his way. Wraps around, but XLG are doubled up there. Not willing to take 1v1s, and Bang's not going to give him a bloody choice. Sentinels, the Reaper to visit the last door of China. The side quest is done. And it's sunny skies in Sen City as they are the last remaining America's team in the upper bracket.
die.